position. Tell them, KMG, they on a mission. They're on a mission.
Yo, welcome.
Yo.
Yeah, this is gonna be SA 100% classic, so no dupes, instapasses, and that kind of stuff. And you just want to get into it straight away?
100% no cheating.
No cheating, yeah. No mods as well, you know, all the good stuff. We're using the in-game frame limiter today. Should be good fun. All right,
I'm French to commemorate the fact that they battered England yesterday.
I could actually go English if, you know, it's going to be annoying, but I don't really want to.
I don't think it really matters.
Nah, it shouldn't matter. People know what this game's about. They'll be fine. Alright, I'm just going to start a new game and hope you're ready. Start timer and stuff.
I am indeed ready. I'm always ready.
Alright. Alright, got you. Go.
Alright, good luck.
Thank you, thank you. Alright, so this category, the route, basically stems from the normal route for the original run. I took it and made the modifications necessary, and then PW came with some changes, and here we are. The main things that you're not going to be seeing in this run is paramedic instapass, 2 courier instapasses, freight instapass, freefall, semi instapass, dam and blast instapass, puncture wounds instapass, gang territory skip, and that's about it.
Things has changed around here.
Instead, what you'll be seeing is story missions and gang territories and all the exciting stuff, DLC missions, things like that. Yeah, big smoke. In Hundo, you don't kill the baller car because if you do, your fire truck will despawn at the end of the mission, and that's really inconvenient if you want to do firefighter missions. Oh, that's how that works. I think there's other intro stuff to mention. I don't think so.
Because you can talk about what is actually required for 100%.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's the big one. So in this game, it's basically everything that's required. It's easier to mention what's not required. Because you have to do basically every mini game and every mission and every side mission and every collectible. Things you don't need to do is the burglary submission, for whatever reason. You don't have to do the triathlons, the key the cock triathlons, and you don't have to do the stunt jumps. So, it's like the main things, I would say.
Stunt jumps is probably like the most egregious one.
That's the most egregious one, yeah. Every other game,
like GTA 1 has stunt jumps.
Yeah. But yeah, this game doesn't require them, and thank God, because they are really, really aged to do for the most part.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna pick up a gun and a nightstick, and I'm gonna go pick the fire truck up. Actually, what I'm gonna do real quick, I'm just gonna tab out and open up the stream chat, just in case. Give me a sec. It'll only take 10 seconds, hopefully.
Why SA Hundo is slower than V Hundo? Because V isn't Hundo. It's like 65%.
Yeah, in 5, it's like you have to do basically nothing. Get 100%. This game, you have to do so much.
In SA, if you wanted to get
right,
if you wanted to get like 60% completion, it takes you like 5 hours.
All right, I have opened the chat, just in case. Yeah. So just waiting for Ryder basically, and then gonna do the classic fire truck push at the end. I do have radio on, by the way, but there's no radio in the fire truck, so.
Go on. A quick donation for you.
All right, big.
Yeah, we have $7 from Kasha1 saying, "Here's to the most exciting 12 hours of your life today. I hope you get a firefighter before the 6-hour mark."
You know, I'm actually pretty confident that I might just be able to pass firefighter in less than 6 hours today. That would be really nice. I'm gonna turn on the sirens though, so you have some kind of beat to roll along to. Also, sirens are fairly useful for doing firefighter on the highway. It gets rid of all the traffic in your way. And because I'm on high FPS, it's actually really hard to hit the right frames and turn on the sirens, so I have to spam the horn button a bit. But I got there.
Oh yeah, you actually like.
Yeah.
like
It's like-
cycled on the. On
Yeah,
the,
you
on
get
the
cycled
side.
in the siren. It can be really annoying. All right, so firefighter, we do this on the East Beach. It works pretty well here because the way like firefighter spawns the cars is it picks an area. The game is like divided up into areas, and it picks one, and then it puts the cars in those areas. And this area just happens to have like 7 different designated areas all along the beach. So you have a lot of options that are really close to each other. Makes for good firefighters for the most part. Other than that, it's just about getting lucky and hoping you get good spawns. This is already not looking too good. Heading into the city early is usually a bad sign. We'll see if... we'll see. So every single level, you get another fire to put out, essentially. So it starts with one car, and then it adds passengers to the car. And then once the car is full, or like almost full, once you get 3 people in the car, you get another car. And it continues like that up until level 12. Now,
Regardless of what district you're in, the spawns can go like cross district. So
sometimes, yeah. Sometimes it does like fuck up and go across district, but it's not supposed to.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be like this. So this is the Los Santos area. It's a really, really small area, Los Santos area. It's right here. And it spawns both cars in the area.
Yeah, so basically what can happen is, if you're unlucky enough, you can end up just going like deeper and deeper into the city, and then so far that you're actually in a different district, and then all of the good spawns
you can't even reach the good spawns anymore at that point, because there's a radius of spawns, and it's around your fire truck. If you go too far away, you just can't get any good locations anymore. This is the Las Colinas area. It's a really long and thin area that stretches like all the way down along this road, and it goes all the way down to the beach.
You'll see if Crucial gets like weird spawns like that, he'll always go to the weird spawn first, because the next set of spawns only trigger once you complete the complete the level. So if he were to complete the weird spawn last, he would just get more weird spawns, and it would basically like compound
exactly
into weird spawn central.
Yeah, it's about picking your it's about the fire truck's location at the end of the level that determines the next level. So the closer you can get it to the ocean where they can't spawn, the better, because it reduces the area where you can actually get spawns. So I try to stay close to the coast at the end of each level. This is actually a pretty good firefighter at the moment. Marathon lock or something, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, as far as marathon goes, like, could be a lot worse.
This category only has like a few completed runs since it's been like revived, so for all I know, this could just be world record.
World record.
But yeah, this is actually pretty sick RNG for a firefighter at the moment. So we'll take it.
Obviously, like, you need to complete 12 levels in order to get the rewards and like the percentage for completing firefighter. So the later levels, it's not a bad thing if it starts going into the city, because that's where you want to be at the end of firefighter.
Yeah, obviously in the perfect firefighter, you would just end up right at Grove Street on level 12, and it would all be really nice and clean. Doesn't always end up like that. We'll see. Could get Ocean Docks here, for example. No, just East Beach. East Beach is like a really long area that stretches all along the beach and slightly into the city, as you can see here. But it's a pretty ideal area to get for the most part.
The firefighter missions also have like a number of other uses. The main one, I don't know if it's different in Hundo Classic, but in regular Hundo, you need quite a lot of money early on to buy properties and things like that.
Yeah, it's the same.
So firefighter gives you quite a nice chunk of starting cash, which you can use. Because otherwise you would have to basically like leave all the properties and come back later once you have money and buy them all, which is very slow.
It's actually pretty hard to route Hundo without this money at the start. Like, there's so many things, so many houses you'd have to figure out a different place to buy, and it would kind of ruin the route a bit if you didn't have these like 42,000 at the start.
Yeah, like, I'm pretty sure a firefighter Instapass like does exist, right? And everyone
Yeah,
was like freaking out.
it's
when it
almost viable, but it's just
then,
not
yeah,
viable because you don't have the money. So you can't really. You're gonna lose so much time routing that the cost is
not
just
worth
too high. Anyways, this was a really good firefighter, so we do take those. In fact, this is a run I would normally continue. If I was in fact resetting for a good run, I would be taking this gladly.
So you get about 45 grand, and also
Yeah.
as a result of completing Firefighter, you are now fireproof.
You're fireproof. Ain't no way.
You take no damage from fire for the rest.
That's gonna be incredibly useful in the yeah. It's gonna be really good.
You're what do the nerds call it? Your flame retardant. Or retarded.
Flame
I forget
retardant.
which one it is. Yeah.
Show me how they drive.
I forget which one it is. One means that you can be affected by fire, one means that you can't. I don't
God
know
knows.
which way
I have
around
no
it is.
idea.
Some, like, physicist in the chat can correct me. Or would it be chemist? I don't know. Some geek in the chat can correct me.
Maybe a chemist. Yeah, that's what we need for this. Anyway, second mission, Ryder, of course. Ben, do you know why we blow up Ryder's car by any chance? Because I seem to have forgotten. Like,
I actually do.
you do?
I've done my homework.
Really? Would you care to explain?
Basically. So the idea is, right, imagine you're trucking along, playing San Andreas, having a good old time, and then bam, unskippable cutscene, ruins your entire day.
They ruined
What if
completely.
I told you that doesn't have to happen? You can play this game without it ruining your day. And all that you've got to do is look at Ryder's gas tank and click the left click.
Yep.
And then restart the mission, boom.
Brilliant. Yeah, that's the cutscene right there. As you exit the barbershop, you get to skip. It's really long, actually.
Yeah, for some odd reason, this game, like, the early missions have, like, a lot of different mechanics built in that then they just forget about and never use for the rest of the game. And one of them is unskippable tutorials being skippable if you've already, attempted the mission the first time.
Yeah.
So the long and short of the whole Ryder's car thing is you start the mission, you fail it somehow, so then the game knows that you've attempted it previously, and then the unskippable tutorials are now skippable.
Yeah. It thinks you've done the tutorial already, even though you haven't, of course. Anyways, you'll notice I got 2 different haircuts, and it's actually intentional, because getting these 2 specific haircuts, getting first of all the worst, ugliest haircut, and then the sexiest haircut, will give you higher sex appeal, for whatever reason. And you actually need that in 100% to date Katie in San Fierro.
Yeah, girlfriends, I guess we'll go into more detail later on, but basically you need really specific stats in order to, some of the girls prefer muscly CJ, some of them prefer fat CJ, some of them prefer more lean CJ. And you also need a certain level of sex appeal to be able to get them as girlfriends. And the girlfriends have a number of different benefits. They're not actually required for 100%, you don't have to date all of them, but they do have benefits in terms of going fast for the speedrun. So
yeah. So in any percent, you can just date Katie with a normal sexy haircut, but in 100% your stats are fucked up because of all the stuff you do. So you need a better haircut to actually date her. How it works.
You need to have a certain amount of muscle in order to date Katie. She prefers muscly men. But the issue is that over time during your playthrough of San Andreas, when you're sprinting and stuff, you'll lose weight and you'll also lose muscle, right?
Yeah.
And you're supposed to do so kind of a RPG elements by going to the gym every day to rebuild your muscle. So in 100%, because you do a lot more things before you get to Katie, you lose enough muscle where she no longer finds you attractive, basically. But the benefit is that using that glitch with the haircuts, you can sort of gain way more sex appeal.
Yeah, you can make up for it. Exactly.
Yeah, and it basically offsets the fact that you don't have enough muscle, because you don't do gym moves until later on in the game when you're more overpowered, basically.
Exactly. And during that explanation, we completed Tagging Up Turf, which is the tag tutorial, I suppose. That's what they teach you.
Yeah, collectible tutorial.
Yeah, whatever.
I'm kind of short, Crash took all my
And yeah, play replay to kill Sweet at the end, skip the hug, classic stuff. And then we go into cleaning the hood.
Hey, beat up is only a couple of
Yeah,
blocks.
basically, if you're wondering why like the screen flickers every now and again, it's because Crucial has actually made a replay and is playing it back to shorten the fades.
Yeah.
But the replay is so short because you do it like right after you gain control. Just for example, like if you finish a mission at the end of a cutscene, you skip the cutscene and then immediately press the replay, and the replay is however many frames long that was in between you finishing the cutscene and not. So, like. You can basically get like 1 frame long replays that have all the benefits of usual replays, but they don't like, you know, they don't have any fade in or anything.
Yeah, you can get some really nice replays later on with some
Hey, grab hold of that bat over there.
other good things. Yeah, I'm just hoping not to get busted. Yeah, I'm all good. If you shoot a pet after killing the drug dealer, you can get a star, and then you can attract some of the nearby cop bikes. Quite useful.
Wee.
San Andreas has a very interesting mechanic with cops where, so if you're holding the horn button,
Good afternoon.
you don't even need to actually be pressing the horn, but like as long as you're holding the button, which would usually press the horn, cops don't arrest you when they go to like knock you off the bike. They instead get like spooked and give you the middle finger instead.
Yeah.
So it doesn't always work because there's like more factors to it, but for all intents and purposes, it basically means that cops can't arrest you when you have a wanted
Yeah.
level. So usually they would like knock you off your bike and bust you, but you're basically invincible to them most of the time.
Exactly. If they're in the perfect spot, like right next to you as you get in, sometimes they will just you get cycled and they'll just bust you before they can like do the middle finger. But
The game like doesn't like allow you to put yourself in that like invincible state before they've already started busting you.
this game has all sorts of weird things with cycles and stuff going on, like
We all got
for almost everything. It's you'll see it more later with horseshoes and stuff. Like you can get easily cycled on those as well. Same with stunt jumps, but we're not gonna do those. Drive through, just line up the windows, and if you're lucky, we will actually shoot at the enemy. And he did. That was pretty good. And then it's just driving back.
shit. Yeah, man.
So in LS, there's really not much like hundo stuff going on. We don't unlock many of the big mini games yet. Like for the most part, we're just gonna take some tags along the way and just do the normal missions. Were you gonna say something?
A quick donor for you.
Oh,
We got $5 from Vincent Valmont saying, thanks for all the runs and entertainment and the fundraising for such an important thing. Have a nice Sunday, everyone.
big.
Thank you, Vincent. You have a great Sunday too, buddy.
Hey, it's the last day of the marathon today. Has it been as comparable success to the previous years? In terms of
Here's the thing. I was talking to Millie about this before, and I was thinking to myself the other day. I didn't really like look into it properly, but I was looking at it, I was like, man, like we raised quite a bit. We raised like 1,000 less than last time, and I was like, I wonder what I did differently. And I went back and I checked last year's campaign, and it's actually because El Gato, as part of their sponsorship thing, actually donated $1,000 towards the cause.
Oh.
So it's not that. It's just that we didn't have the extra boost from El Gato.
yeah.
And so it actually works out like pretty much the same.
Nice.
So
That's good because I'm pretty sure
been,
it was a shorter marathon this year, right? Because the
it's
week
about the
you're
same.
working on the weekdays, no? I'm pretty sure you did like full week last time. Or was that GTA Marathon? Am I getting it mixed up?
GTA Marathon we did, like 12 till 12.
Yeah. Was GTU just like the evenings on the week and then okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Yeah, it was basically the same.
Nice. This is the shooting tutorial mission. We learn to shoot at bottles
Die, little glass baller, fool!
from smoke. Be introducing the pause buffer to skip dialogue mechanic here, which is viable in high FPS. You hold down the escape button to open the pause menu. The pause menu is going to flicker, and you can skip dialogue lines, which works in certain places where the dialogue is needed to progress the actual mission, like it is here. Quite useful.
Cap your ass! And your ass! You want some too?
It has other uses too, pause buffering, but we'll get to that later on
Oh man, check out
in the run.
Big Smoke.
So you notice I can't pause buffer in the actual cutscenes, but I can like while they're just talking in between.
Yeah, you can only do it when you actually have control.
Yeah,
of
you need to have
CJ.
control of CJ, exactly.
Yeah, during cinematic cutscenes, the game takes away all control for the most part.
Ice cold.
Again, usually most of the explanations here have like an asterisk.
Yeah.
Most of the time, because sometimes they mess up and they don't do that. But you're supposed to not have control
Exactly.
in any cinematic cutscene.
People have to open their eyes and their hearts, CJ.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the choices all men face, brother. Sometimes they seem real, but other times there's no choice at all.
At least
Get back on Playback FM.
you ain't changed a bit.
What's your favorite radio station, Crucial?
I see you're right.
Oh, I mean, there's so many good ones in this game, I feel like.
Yeah, there is.
Might just have to go with Playback. Do really enjoy Playback FM.
You think so?
What's yours?
So, I used to say K-Dust because I love the music that's on there. But I'd have to say, like, in terms of overall influence, I would have to say Radio Los Santos because, like,
Radio LS, yeah.
that's what got me into, like, an entire genre of music, you know, like 90s hip-hop.
Yeah, so many bangers on there as well. True.
Yeah, exactly. So, but K-Dust is a very close second. Radio X is up there as well. So many choices.
They are, most of them are pretty good. I'm not a big fan of Master Sounds, but I'll take the rest of them for the most part.
Yeah, it depends like what kind of like genres you're interested in, right? But
Yeah.
the important thing is that it has like a load of different options, so everyone sort of has one they can choose, you know? If you're into rap, you have like Radio Los Santos, and there's even a bit of rap on some other stations as well. If you're into like more electro, then you have stations for that. If you're into rock, you have stations for that.
Yeah, you have pretty much everything going on.
There's even like a country station.
Yeah, K-Roll.
Thrown in jail for
Put that on in Badlands.
joyride.
Pretty sure it'll come on automatically, actually, when I enter like Badlands vehicles.
Nothing I said, y'all. Everything I said is a lie.
Yeah, the game's actually smart enough to, depending on like the class of vehicle, like how expensive it is, it actually like plays radios that you would expect those sort of demographics to listen to. So when you're in the country and you have the sort of like low tier country vehicles, they always will be listening to K-Ros. If you get like gang vehicles, they'll always be listening to the rap stations and stuff like that, which is a really cool.
I like that. That's really cool.
Yeah, it's a really cool attention to detail. The other games did it a little bit, like the sort of like the stigma in GTA of, I guess it's a little bit racist, but you know, the Hispanic taxi drivers. And then whenever you steal a taxi from them, they're always listening to the Spanish radio stations.
I love that in GTA 4. That's brilliant every time you get in a taxi in GTA 4.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But then they sort of like evolved it in SA to like, you know, completely, pretty much everyone has like a taste in radio.
Yeah, and
Really cool.
but yeah, this mission really takes a while to drive if you don't like. He rubber bands basically, so if you're close to him, he'll drive faster. So we can just take some tags and he'll be really, really slow. Which is quite nice.
Yeah, he also has like certain checkpoints as well. So like he'll just sit there and wait for you until you like trigger the next checkpoint. So it basically means that you can like grab a lot of collectibles and then line up so you can kill him.
Yeah, you can still make the lineup here, kill him, and skip the whole chase. It's a really long chase.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've done it, but it is really, really long.
You chase him all the way back to the basketball court near Grove Street, which is literally the other side of LS from here.
Nice Hermes with ADST, yeah, nice. Actually not what I thought was going to be playing, but we'll take it.
Shit, man. Look at you. All muscly and shit. Man, I got 17s on the head.
Yeah, this is like one of the longest straight drives in the game, actually, already. It's kind of... You want to get a good vehicle here. Hermes is probably the most standard vehicle you can get. My other options were like Bobcats, so, you know, I'll gladly take a Hermes in that case. During this mission, I also made a replay of the PCJ that you get, and I will swiftly be exchanging that for a quick replay with the PCJ on the next mission, but... Oh, nice angry driver there.
That guy just... How are you supposed to dodge that?
Yeah.
Like one frame turns in one.
I got a word.
Gotta love the angry drive mechanics in GTA games. Beautiful.
It's dark out there. Can you feel it? I can.
So yeah, I play a replay right here, and I'm gonna spawn a bike.
Yeah, so
Tell you what,
replays,
I really
like,
can't bear that
they
shit,
load in
man.
the models
It's
of whatever is inside the replay. So if you have a replay of you riding a bike, like a PCJ in this case, it loads in the model of the PCJ. And the way, like, traffic generation works is if you've got models loaded in, it will, like, use those models, like, first. So there's a lot higher chance of you getting a
Yeah.
bike spawning in, which you can use for later missions.
We're going to be using this a lot more later during the export part of the run to spawn a lot of vehicles. Here I'm just looking for some homies.
It basically allows you to, like, spawn in very rare vehicles,
Exactly.
like, almost consistently.
It's very, very
Almost
consistent, yeah.
keyword.
The key being, like, you have to be in areas where the vehicle can actually spawn. Like, that's the important part. You can't just spawn it everywhere, you know? I can't just spawn an Infernus in the middle of Badlands if I have it in a replay.
So that's one of the oldest skips in this game. This was found by Josh in, like,
Yeah, this is mega old now.
basically, that van is usually locked, and you have to do like a dancing mini game in order to gain access to it. You know, the DJ is like, "Oh, you're really good at dancing. Want to come and sit in the front of my van with me?" For some reason, but you know, it works out for the plot, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what basically happens is you can recruit homies in this game to like be as part of your gang, and they'll enter any car that you try and enter. And the van is locked, but only for the player. So the game only checks if the player tries to enter the locked car. So the homie, if you keep like trying to enter it, the homie will eventually get in the passenger side, and regardless of whether the car's locked or not, it doesn't matter. You get into the car.
Yeah.
And then usually, if you were to just do that and then run off, then he would actually get out the car and keep following you. But you want him to stay in the car, so you disband him as he gets into the vehicle. So then he just sits in the seat, like, because you've abandoned him, he doesn't follow you anymore. And then you can shoot him. You run a bit further away so you don't spook the party, because otherwise, if you shoot within like the vicinity of the party, you fail the mission. But yeah, you shoot the homie out, and he falls out of the car and leaves the van, the door open. So even if obviously the door is locked, it doesn't matter because it's open, so you can just enter the van and skip the entire dance.
It's a nice trick. It's a really long mission as well. You actually do the dance. So this is LS Courier. This would be instapassed if you playing the normal game, but we're not going to instapass it today. It's really not too much. I'll try to explain stamina cycles as we go along, but the gist is you have to deliver a bunch of packages all around town, 4 different levels, and you have to do it on the BMX. And it takes about 15 minutes, and there's no radio on the BMX, as you can probably tell. The key to actually getting a good courier is maintaining the stamina. So you'll notice, like, at certain stretches, even if I have stamina available, I won't actually be sprinting, because I want to save it for places where I can do the wheelie. Because when you do the wheelie and sprint on the bike, it goes significantly faster. So I'm going to save my stamina for long straights where I can actually do a wheelie, and I'm going to save some time. Also, it's a good opportunity to take some tags all around town, because this mission basically takes you from one end of the city to the other, so you can do a lot of tags during this. Gotta be careful not to run out of time. Time on the last level can be tight. You're a inexperienced runner. It's quite often seen people try to learn Hundo and they get to Courier and they struggle, because it's quite hard to make the timer if you're not good at riding a bike and you don't know how to manage your cycle.
Yeah, there's more to it than meets the eye.
Yeah, there really is. It's actually I would say this is one of the hardest things in the whole game, in 100%. Actually, one of the hardest things to execute well. Very few people can actually do it well. But it is pretty boring.
About, 15 minutes of anything.
Yeah.
Pretty tragic usually. We were talking before about like the RPG mechanics in this game, like stamina and muscle and fat and whatnot. CJ also has a skill level with like all the different types of guns, and also with like types of vehicles. So he has a driving skill, and he also has a cycling skill. And basically what happens is, like, I'm pretty sure it's just based on distance that you ride a bicycle. then CJ gets better at doing it. So he can sprint for longer and he can jump higher and things like that. So yeah, like this whole time he's actually training his.
You actually
cycling
need it as
skill
well,
as
the
well.
cycling skill. You need to make it 40%. You can start the chillier challenges later. And this is basically where we get like 90% of our cycling skill in the run in Korea. So when you insta-pass this mission, you have to start using the bicycle for all sorts of missions you wouldn't normally do it.
I was
Just to
about
get the
say,
cycling
yeah,
skill.
Yeah. Maybe.
That's what
I was about to
Tape
ask that,
figured
like,
out.
How
Yeah.
do you? Yeah.
You can actually do the insta-pass, but you have to like route in the bike a lot of places.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely a cool routing idea. Yeah, the bike is also good for getting up to some of these weird tags, like this one. Up a staircase. You can just drive up the stairs and you can just go bunny hop over the wall, get off again. That was
Yeah,
level
even
2.
with like low cycling skills, CJ can bunny hop like incredibly high. Like,
Yeah, if you have max skill, he can jump on top of like houses and stuff. It's pretty silly actually.
Yeah.
But you don't really get to use it.
yeah.
At the end of the
Even at
run, there was the
base level,
BMX
he's like a-
challenge. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, like, even at base level where you're supposed to be like inexperienced, he's basically like a fucking Matt Hoffman.
Yeah,
like,
he's
a
insane.
professional BMXer.
But yeah, the BMX challenge is at the end of the game, and at that point you do have like 90% bike skill, but even then you still need to use a bug to get like the really high bunny hops. But that's in 11 hours, so I'm not gonna get into that just now.
Yeah. Stay
Getting
tuned.
a bit ahead of myself on that one.
Yeah. In the meantime, we have $23
Woo!
Evil Plotter.
Big.
Thank you, Evil Plotter. That's very kind of you. To get us up to $1,269 and $68.59, but it's rounded up on the counter to 69. Very nice.
What's the next milestone? Is it 1500 we're going for?
Yeah,
next?
the next milestone is $1,500 for a bonus 12-hour stream after GTU.
I have to make it so that only one day left, so now is the time to spend all your money, fellas. Now is the
Yeah, we
moment.
will have a lot of Twitch revenue coming in at the end. I haven't looked up exactly how much because obviously it will probably change by the end of the marathon. But yeah, so just to remind you all, not only are direct donations supporting the kids, but also any penny that I make from Twitch during this entire week will also be donated. So all of the subs and bits and ad revenue bounties that we've done and stuff like that will all be donated. So if you have like a Twitch Prime or some bits lying around, you are more than welcome to throw them into the pot, and I will donate everything at the end of today's stream.
Massive, that is. No, that should be good as well. That should do a little bit of an end bonus.
Yeah, we should easily smash 1,500 with it. I think should be nice.
I saw that you were
We
doing
also
like a
have,
tattoo, right? If you got 2,500 or something, is that a?
Yeah, it's like a major stretch goal. Basically, I wanted so I've been wanting to get like tattoos for a while to like start a sleeve because I think they look really cool. But like I was never sure on what I'd get, you know.
Yeah.
But it makes sense for me to get like something that sort of symbolizes like the work, like the charity work that I do and the community and everything. So I thought it could be cool as like a donation goal to basically like the first tattoo in the sleeve would be something to do with this, basically.
That's pretty sick. I like it.
Yeah. Like, I don't really know what. Like, people are like, oh, get like a GTA fucking CJ tattoo. And it's like, that's just cringe. Like,
Yeah.
but
You would not want to be walking around with that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if people ask me, like, oh, what does this mean? I can explain, like, you know,
Yeah.
like all that we've achieved for like charity and stuff. Like,
Yeah.
that would be cool, I think.
Killed me.
Yeah, don't get something like out of the actual games.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a little bit cringe.
So here I'm gonna actually limit the FPS to 25 for the next portion of the game. And this is because there's a couple of oysters I need to pick up, and one of the issues with running this game at high FPS is that swimming is fucked. The swimming is gonna be really, really slow. The higher your FPS is, the slower the swimming is. So it's gonna be some 25 FPS lovely gameplay happening for the next like 5 minutes of Korea here. It does mean that tags are gonna be slower because Another thing affected by FPS is your fire rate on every automatic weapon in the game. So if you have high FPS, your fire rate is going to be higher. And that helps spraying tags because it requires an amount of ammo, not an amount of time sprayed. So you need to use 29 ammo on each tag to fully spray it. And that takes a bit longer if you have 25 FPS. It's actually insane how long like people have been running this game at this FPS. When you see it like compared to high FPS, it looks so bad, unreal. But
Yeah, it's like you get used to it.
Yeah.
Like when you play or watch 25 FPS for a long time, you get used to it, and it doesn't really bother. Then you watch it at 60 for like an hour and go back to 25, and it's like fucking hell. Like
Yeah,
your brain.
it looks so bad.
Yeah, you're not like adjusted to it anymore, and it looks awful.
And yeah, this is gonna be seen a few times during the run. Gonna have to go in the menu and limit the FPS. Only way to do it inside of this game. And I could technically go back to high FPS now, but it's just the menuing time is just about slow enough that it's not worth it to do it twice during Korea. So I'm just gonna do it once.
We have a quick $10 donation from Poem saying, "Let's save the children and give Ben a tattoo." Thank you, Poem. Very kind of you.
Would be kind of massive if we get all the way up to 2,500 today, including the Twitch revenue. Would be pretty sick.
It would be a hell of a push, but
It's a long push, yeah. It's a
yeah. But we've got a long time. Yeah.
we do have a long time.
Yeah.
There's even a run after this, so there's plenty of content today.
Yeah, I'm gonna milk Guy Wood for all he's worth. I'm gonna be like, for every 50 cents, he'll do another run.
I like it.
Yeah.
Stream is gonna be going on till like 6 AM tomorrow.
Yeah. It's like, I turn the stream off and I just go to my work meetings
Yeah.
like half an hour later, no sleep. How was your weekend? Yeah, great.
Oh, no stamina. Oh, there you go. Pretty awful if you fall off the bike and then you don't have any stamina, so you can't even get up to speed. Probably the worst feeling. So up here is one of the tags that's now been moved to the gang territory section. The game on the right here, there's a tag that normally you'd stop and do, but we have gang territories to do later, so you can take that time to actually do some tags around Los Santos as well. And this one's another one that's really good to do on the BMX. It's on top of a building, so you can just jump on.
What's your problem?
Take the tag.
Hey, watch out!
Yeah, the spray can routing is like pretty particular because as Crucial said, like you only have a certain limited amount of ammo.
Yeah,
You
that's
just
another.
keep picking up more. And you use a certain amount of ammo like per tag. So if you miss the tags a lot and you use too much ammo, then you're gonna have to like grab more later on, or you might run out while spraying tags, which is quite
Yeah.
a big issue.
That's an actual issue, yeah. Can be at least. We only pick up ammo like a few times during the run. Because when you leave LS, you're not going to have a spray can anyways, right?
I'm so
So you
fit.
pick up some ammo at the start of LS, and then you pick up some ammo later for the return. And that's about it.
Yeah, there's only a couple of spawns. Quite a few of them are in LS, and then for some odd reason, there's one in Las Venturas which you can pick up later on.
There's actually only 2 in LS as well, if you don't count the one in CJ's house. There's really few
Yeah.
spray can spawns in this game.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's the one in LV, which just makes
I don't know
no sense for the
why that
game.
one exists because there's no tags in LV to spray, but yeah.
I get the idea because it's like by some like train tracks and shit where you'd like, you know, if you're like
Where you would
in-
graffiti.
where you would probably graffiti usually if you're the type to do it, but obviously you have no use for it in LV. Except we
kinda
do
makes
actually
sense.
pick it up in this run, and we do actually use that spray can, so I guess
It's
maybe,
almost as though it was made for the speedrun. It's like
yeah,
they
it feels like it. It does feel like it.
yeah.
It is really conveniently placed for the route that we do. That's like it's still a fairly new like innovation. It's like taking tags during the LV air races. Pretty clever, I think.
Who discovered that spawn? Was it Caster?
The spawn? I mean, we know about the spawn for ages. It's been on all like the where to find different weapon maps, and you can see there's a spawn in LV. But
Yeah.
what was discovered was we could actually use it for something. We didn't know what to do with it, even if we could pick it up.
Oh, okay.
But we found out like on air races, we actually go past some tags, and we can take them there if we have a spray gun.
I had no idea it existed.
I mean, like, why most people probably have no idea it exists. But like, then again, like, the same for most weapon spawns on the map, right? You only know the ones that are actually useful, not like the random like sort of shotgun you can find, but in an alley in SF and stuff. No one knows about those. All right, that's great done. Gee, it didn't even feel like 15 minutes.
Time flies.
Time does fly. On occasion. Yeah, and then you get the assets. This is like one of the asset missions in SA. And now we get to go back to beautiful, smooth gameplay once again. And here I'm going to take a few tags because I'm waiting for a phone call, and in LI's phone calls take 20 seconds to come in after you complete a mission. So I can take a few tags, and then this phone call is the gym phone call, and it's actually going to teleport me to the gym. And because I'm near the police station, it doesn't teleport you back. So you just get stuck here at the gym. I don't know why it happens, but it does. Something to do with the police station, something.
I don't. Ooh.
Oh, come on.
Hey, I'm just a street criminal. What can I say?
Alright, but this is actually useful because it takes us next to the next mission. Running dog. And the radio's back. Woo. Finally.
Never left.
What you want me to roll with you, folks?
Yeah, running dog, one of the early Big Smoke missions here. Just gotta. This is the one that teaches you about sprinting, I think, right? The sprinting tutorial or something. I have no idea. I think that's the point of it.
Me and her go way back.
Yeah, it's the like the what do you call it? Like the super run. Or
Yeah.
An SA where like
If you spam
you're
space, yeah.
intended to tap sprints. Yeah, you actually if you tap the button, you actually run faster than if you were to just hold it. And it basically teaches you about that. I have a big dono for you, Crucial.
Big one. Okay, go on.
Big one. We have 100 big ones.
Whoa.
Cosney. God damn.
Ain't no way.
That's like the entire economy of Estonia right there. And he says, question to everybody, including the chat. What is your favorite SA reference? Crucial, what's your favorite SA reference?
You know, 2 number 9s. A number 9 large. I don't know. That might be the best one. It's so cringe. I've just come to love it by now. What's yours?
Mine.
Yeah, go for it.
During the first cutscene when you meet Torino before you do a monster, and they say like Torino says like, "Come on, CJ, we need to know
Let's see what you're made of."
Yeah, and he's like, "What do it look like I'm made of?"
Nah, that is a banger. Yeah.
With LA accent.
Yeah.
So fucking funny.
Nah, that's a banger. Oh shit, I missed it.
Yeah. So funny that Crucial just forgot how to play the game.
Yeah, ball is turf. You
Don't mind me.
Yeah, for sure. I'm ready.
We iced them, CJ. Let's hunt down some more. That was way too easy. Let's go blast.
Yeah, drive-by. We learn about doing drive-bys, I suppose. Not really much going on here, hundo-wise, anyways. The main strat is to kill them with a car, because your homies are actually pretty useless.
Smash on the car. Smash.
So the more you can kill on your own, the better.
Running over people in this game does like
It does like a billion
disgusting
damage.
amounts of damage.
Yeah.
So insta kill.
As long as you have enough speed for it, yeah, they will just get absolutely owned. And then at the end, you get 2 stars, and you learn about entering paint spray and getting rid of your stars. But obviously it's completely broken in this mission. But as soon as you enter the paint spray, you can't just get your stars back and still complete the mission.
Yeah, the game doesn't care anymore.
It makes no sense, but yeah. And we're actually gonna do that. I like to shoot around the train tracks. Placebo. Get your stars back, and then the plan is at the end of the mission you get a cop car to follow you to Grove Street.
Slipping, man.
Man, I'm shocked you ain't get us killed, CJ. You're down with the Grove and the ball is nowhere.
So in theory that would happen, and it does happen. And before you start the next mission, you quickly get another 2 stars by shooting the car and then shooting the driver. The best way to do it. You get 1 star for shooting the car, and then you get another one for killing the cop. On this mission, I'm going to store a cop bike for gang territories later.
I'm not about to take
And then I'm going to use a cop bike for the actual mission as well.
Yeah, so this game has a bug that you wouldn't usually know about, but even if you're playing casually, it affects like a ton of players, and it's still not fixed. Basically what happens is there is like an accuracy value, and when you're inside of a vehicle, the enemies become more accurate, right? Because otherwise they wouldn't be able to hit you when you're driving around in a car, which makes sense. The issue is that you enter the car during like a mission, for example, and the enemies become more accurate. But then when you exit the car, it's intended to reset, but it doesn't. So if you take a car to a mission like this that involves like quite a big gunfight, and then exit the car, these guys will just fucking destroy you because they're laser accurate as though that you're in a car, even though you're not. The only way that you can reset that value quickly is by entering a bike, because the bike check actually works. Because you're intended to have the lower accuracy when you're in a bike, because obviously you can get shot and killed while you're on a bike. Because the bike doesn't take like the hit for you, you can still take damage while on the bike. So yeah, it's very important during a lot of these missions to take bikes, not only because they're fast, but also because they mean that you don't get insta-killed.
Yeah, it's less relevant, I would say, in Hunter than any percent, but yeah. It's obviously a factor. It's in factor so many places, actually. You don't even think about it half the time, but yeah. Car accuracy is a real thing. And it can kill your runs.
This was changed in definitive, but it wasn't fixed. All that they did was they made it so the enemies are always laser accurate.
Yeah.
So you get destroyed
Brilliant.
always, which is the worst possible change you could make.
Great fix that is, I like it.
Yeah, it's classic fucking creative. It's like nothing's overpowered if everything's overpowered.
Exactly.
Yes.
It is actually really bad in definitive, the aim.
Seems fair enough to me. I'm Leanne Forget.
Why does this car have the talk radio? Oh, never mind. I'm assuming it's a thing in the mobile version as well, right? Because they just ported over the mobile version, so I think probably just a mobile version feature.
Coming soon.
I'm not sure how it works in the 10th like anniversary. I never played it, so never tested it.
So yeah, Caesarville Pando, first like big break in the run.
I want to run to the bathroom in the meantime.
Oh, big. Have fun.
Be right back.
Yeah, just get the nitrous in the car, go to the mission, do the mission. And the idea is basically to get as many points as quickly as you can so you can take a break. Not that I have need of a break at this time, normally it's like 50 minutes into the run, but it's one of the few breaks you actually get in 100%, so you take it if you want. If you can get the points for it. Normally I go to around 1500 points and then I leave, but like recently I had a time where I had 1500 points and I left and somehow the guy just got 1700 billion points for no reason, which never happens. So I play it safe these days. Yeah, you can like stretch or whatever during this break. But yeah, the annoying thing about Hundo is that all of the big breaks, or like almost all the big breaks, are in LS for like, because that's just how the missions work. The 1560 incident, yeah. Absurd. No, you'll see my opponent's gonna get like 1000 points here or something, which is the normal amount. But yeah, like there's so many breaks in LS, and then as soon as you get out of LS, you barely have any downtime. It's quite annoying, because normally you probably want to eat some food around middle of the run, but no breaks there. No time to eat. End of the run, no breaks. Like, all in the start. Yeah, there's a few in SF as well. And then after SF, it really is almost 0 breaks. Yeah, he got like 1100 points. Quite a normal amount. Yeah, I guess in theory you could reroute credits, right?
But you did all right.
Put credits in like the middle of the run. Get a nice break there. Alright, after this mission, there's conveniently a Remington, driven by one of the competitors. Now this is a vehicle we need for export in about 5 hours of time. So I'm gonna pick it up now. I'm gonna save it in the garage. And I will not be actually taking this Remington ever again. But what I will be doing is using it to make a replay later. I'm gonna buy this house. And then store it in the garage. Make a save inside the house. And then I can come back to the save later and make a replay when I need it. That's pretty convenient. Meantime, this is the first rain of the game. Usually comes up around this part of the game. Pretty normal time for the rain. There's a convenient voodoo spawn here that you can take. This mission requires you to have a lowrider, so having the best lowrider in the game just conveniently parked next to this mission, it's pretty nice of Rockstar. And then we have to drive to the race, stopping just to pick up this tag.
Man, you gotta love that record right there. Cypress Hill, if you ain't knowing.
Here in my garage, just got this new Remington here. It's fun to drive around in the Hollywood Hills. But yeah, the rain actually stops when you start the race, which is really convenient. Gonna try to use Caesar here to get a bit of a boost at the start.
Ain't nothing old-fashioned about the
And then you just hope the other guys get out of your way.
future, baby.
And after that, the race is pretty straightforward. Basically, the start is the only place it can really go wrong. Like this race is barely straightforward. Like a few turns and then you're done. Oh, it's been so long since I've been on the radio in this game. God damn, it's good.
But I'm young, so nobody would wonder that the hood would take me
Alright, end of the race. Just turn the car around. Gonna be heading straight to the next mission. Still using the voodoo. This car is really good, so keep it for as long as we can. Next mission is Maddox Rhymes. Conveniently, this race ends right near the burger shot where you can do the Ojilog missions. So that's what we're gonna be doing. I play a replay here just to see if I can get a bike to spawn in this parking lot. It's nice if you can get it. Didn't get it in this occasion. But yeah, Voodoo has the lovely characteristic of being able to drive up to the mansion, which very few cars can actually do like well, but the Voodoo does it very, very easily. The alternative is taking a bike. They obviously do it with incredible ease. But yeah, the spot you want to drive up is like right on this hill, and yeah, the Voodoo just does it with no issues. They start to discuss the political situation. You know, there's gonna be the downtime is gonna only scale up the longer this run goes. So you know, eventually we'll get some the political discussions rolling. So you know, give it a bit. Yeah, Mad Dog's Rhyme is meant to be the stealth tutorial, even though you don't really need a stealth tutorial in this game. There's basically no stealth. All the same, you do get one.
Hey, I got him over here.
Fortunately, everyone sucks at aiming in here, so you can't just run through it instead of being stealthy. Go slightly to the left here, because otherwise this guy will hear you and shoot at you.
Hey, you stop right there.
Pick up the rhymes. I'm gonna have to limit the FPS again here, so I can do sliding. And now the FPS is gonna be limited for a while again, because I just need it for like every mission from now on. For a few missions, I need to have low FPS so I can do sliding. And yeah, sliding is the best way to move in interiors where you can't sprint, essentially. But you do need to have the right weapon for it. So I couldn't do it when I only had the knife, but as soon as I get access to spray can again, I can slide. Can also do it with a shotgun and the AK and various other weapons. So here, ideally you'd get a bike, and of course I get a bike. There we go.
You only went.
Actually an FCR, which is the perfect bike to get. And then just return with a book.
Hey, Loke, I got what you wanted.
Literally the most ideal bike you can get.
Hey, I'll catch you later.
And you can get to use it for the next mission as well. That's the main reason you want to use the bike. Because you can take it for this also. It's worth noting that when you get on bikes in this game, if there's a driver on it, you ideally want to take it from the front and do like the jump kick animation. But if there's no driver, you just want to take it from the side, because it is faster. Here you have to steal this car and without damaging it, get to the other cars and, you know, blend in as the manager's driver, I suppose. And there's really not many places you can damage it. This drive is really, really short. It's basically that one turn. If you get bad traffic, you can damage it. At this point, it doesn't matter if you damage it, so I'm just going to be pushing the guy in front of me to get to the destination faster. You'll see I'm actually doing at least a decent job pushing him, because the guy behind us can't really keep up. Once you get to this part, now you just have to go and dump the manager into the ocean. But it actually works with just any body of water, so the closest one we have is the canal right over here. So we're gonna drive to that. The key is that the other guys can't see you dumping him in the water, or they'll get annoyed at you, so you take this route through these alleys to be safe, and then you just put him in the water. And all very nice and safe. Now you want to get another bike, ideally. I didn't get one here. Let's see if I get one now. No. So next mission is going to be Burning Desire. And mission is really slow if you don't get a bike for it. Very convenient bike.
What's wrong?
Yeah, there's a party over here. Y'all know y'all can't.
And there's 2 phone calls I need to take before this mission starts.
Huh?
So I'm going to take one before buying this house. Like so. And then I'm going to buy the house, and I'm going to take another one in 20 seconds. Quite convenient use of time, since you do need to take both calls. And comfortably make this drive, get on top of the bike, and the phone call will come in momentarily. Now for this mission you will need a shotgun, but on Sweet Skull I entered a cop car, and when you enter a cop car in this game it gives you a shotgun, so I already have one. If not for that, you can always enter the cop car that spawns right outside the donut shop and get your shotgun like that. Very, very easy backup. Oh. Anyway, the bike is really good for this. Firstly, because it's fast, but secondly, because you have to get on and off a lot to pick up Molotovs and get down an alleyway and stuff. And you're also gonna store it after the mission, so.
And you don't have the accuracy glitch.
Oh yeah. Again, this is like one of the missions where it's in theory useful to not have the accuracy glitch, but it doesn't actually matter if they shoot at you a lot. Like, they can't kill you here with the armor you have. There's no way. They shoot at you all you like. In any percent, your health is a bit lower here usually, as I recall. So you might need to shoot some of the guys. In 100% you have way too much health to have to worry about it. Inside the house, again, sliding with a shotgun. Going to pick up the fire extinguisher, which replaces the spray can, by the way. Which means I need to pick up another spray can as soon as possible. Continue doing tags.
Hurry up! Put it out! Put it out!
And this part is just about getting lucky with Denise.
Shit!
Hoping she knows how to move through the house.
Oh my God!
She does like to get stuck on basically everything, every single corner in this house. Loves getting stuck on that. This time she's doing a pretty decent job. I think she did just get slightly stuck, but yeah, you can wait for her at certain points. Make sure she's following. Yeah, that was pretty good. Yes, my bike has blown up.
Hey, you look
This happens if one of the Vargos that gets set on fire by a Molotov, he like runs because he's burning, and sometimes he just runs straight to your bike, dies next to your bike gets set on fire by his burning body, and then it also blows up.
DJ, right?
How you know me?
And yeah, that results in me not having a bike.
I thought you
Not the end of the world though.
my place.
Hey, what's your name?
Denise Robinson. Give me a call sometime. We should go out or something.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it's really easy to tell if your bike has blown up because oh, thank God I'm not blocking her.
Okay, I'll catch you later.
Because the light won't be on, like the front lights. You can just see that. Even though it does look pretty not blown up sometimes if you're not paying attention. Anyway, there's nothing to store here because I'm not going to store the voodoo, that's for sure. You just go straight in the house. Next mission is home invasion, but you need to start this between 12 and 8. Means doing a few saves to actually set the time. Picking up another spray can. Like I said, I need that ASAP. And then I'm going to take the Doberman phone call here. Home invasion being the first of the Rider storyline, which is stealing weapons from random shit.
Relax, man.
And you never really figure out what exactly those weapons get used for, but you know, you steal them all the same.
Shut up.
You can't stop me.
Who can't?
We get to use our newly acquired stealth skills on this mission, of course. We have to rob some old guy that apparently has a bunch of weapons lying in crates spread randomly around his house. As you do.
And I ain't even swinging them things. I'm hollering 187 with my dick in your mouth.
And quite conveniently with the shotgun, you can actually slide, because sliding is like a broken type of movement, so it doesn't actually make sound. And you can even use the slide with the crates. Oh, very stealthy. Yeah, this is the mission you'd be using to do paramedic insta-pass in the in normal 100%. We don't need to do that.
What I tell y'all? We making a killing.
And yeah, there's like 6 crates in his house, or like 7, I don't remember, but you only need to pick up 3 to complete the mission. Even though it's not like super clear that you only need 3, it's just like you can either leave now or get more or something. It's like the tooltip that comes up. But there's no benefit whatsoever to picking up more crates. Absolutely nothing.
Then we gon' freak to South Central on a street knowledge mission.
As I steps in the temple, spotting, got him as I pulls out my strap, got my chrome to the side.
Alright, now we straight. LB got
And yeah, back to high FPS for a bit.
for a family turf.
Temporarily. It's gonna be a while till I have to switch again. Not many oysters to pick up in LS.
Give up being a buster.
Hold it right there, homie.
Big oyster collection comes later.
Get you, fool.
One day, you gonna wish you hadn't pissed me off.
Did I hear something? Sound like the
Here's another one of the LS breaks that you get. Nice 40-second unskippable cutscene here.
simple.
Yeah, that was a real breeze.
They teach you about the burglary mission, which you don't need to do. 100%. All the same, you're going to be taught about it. You can break into houses at night. You have to use this particular car. Yeah, great stuff.
Yeah, they really give you like a 2-minute unskippable cutscene just to then not make it required for you 100%.
It's brilliant.
Just think about
What a waste.
That's like one of the things that confuses me most is that one submission not being included while every other one is. Does not make much sense. Anyways, there are a few tags right after this mission that you can conveniently pick up. And then it's off to the wrong side of the tracks.
Some of you don't know what's happening. Can buy something now for you anyway. Cause this is for my lives. This is for my lives.
This is like one of the more like weirder routing parts of the Honda route. Has been for a while, but there's really no better way to do this conveniently. There's a lot of missions you could go to at this point, but there's no really clean way to route in the last Big Smoke missions in Hondo, so we just do it here. The best place. Yeah, wrong side of the tracks, you have to chase the train for whatever reason. I actually have no... Big Smoke's lore is some of the most confusing stuff for me, and I don't actually know why you have to do all this stuff.
What we looking for, Smoke?
But yeah, we have to kill some Vargos that are apparently on a train.
Follow that train.
Best way to do this is to time it correctly and then drive up these stairs and jump on top of the train and then actually land on the train, which is not what I did just now. And then you can just kill the Vargos. If you do miss, not the end of the world, you can go here and do the exact same thing.
I don't put the jalalas when I know that I'm strapped. Every time that I pack my piece.
Yeah, there's like a million different ways that you can cheese this mission.
There's so many different ways.
You could even just abandon the bike and Smoke and just go up onto that roof and just jump on and then just shoot them. There's so many different ways that you can avoid doing this the normal way, which, you know, skips having to like chase them all the way around the map, basically.
You know what else I've done this backup actually? I was worried I was going to mess it up. Last time I had to do this backup, I messed it up because I just never do it ever.
It's harder than it looks because once your bike is on the train, you can't drive.
Yeah, exactly.
You normally can.
It looks easier than it is that backup. Like you actually should practice it.
Like if you just try and hold W while moving on the train, you just don't move anywhere. You actually have to like either do like a wheelie or something to like get your front wheel off the ground, so then you can actually change your angle and shoot them.
Big Smoke.
Anyways, just business. You have to kill some Russians for some reason.
CJ, take the right.
I don't know what's going on, but yeah.
Yeah, the whole Big Smoke lore makes no sense. Like, it's all super random, ambiguous stuff, and then he becomes the main antagonist of the game, and it's never explained like any of his.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Like the game doesn't tell you anything about why he does any of this stuff, apart from drugs, money, power.
Yeah, that's essentially it. I don't even get how he becomes like the most powerful of them all. Like I don't know what the concept is. Like why is it Smoke that ends up being like the big boss at the end? It's so weird, right?
I have absolutely no idea. Like the only thing that the game basically says is that he sells out the families to Crash.
Yeah.
And somehow then Crash like turn him into a kingpin of the entire city.
Yeah.
But like they don't have the power to do that. So,
nah.
I don't know.
And the ballers are like all on board, like hell yeah, let's go. Like I don't know, it's so weird. Anyways, this is like you get the big shootout at the start, which is like 40 seconds, and then you get a 3.5 minute long chase afterwards.
Oh, Smoke, these cats is organized.
Which is an auto scroller, of course.
All I know is they real pissed.
Nothing you can do to speed it up.
This is where GTA started becoming like more script heavy rather than sort of relying on like AI and pathfinding. So if you're wondering why the bike is like lagging the entire time, it's because Smoke isn't actually driving the bike at all. Actually, you are driving the bike, and you know it's proven by the fact that you can actually get motorcycle skill during this auto scroller because you're technically traveling on the bike. And all that's happening is the bike is just teleporting forward every frame instead of actually being driven. And that's
it's
why
so
it looks
goofy.
so awful. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a few scripted missions in this game. They get way more scripted missions, obviously, late in the later GTA games. They love their scripted stuff. Not too much in this game. But yeah, this is one of the most heavily scripted missions. This one is scripted. You can't kill the driver in this particular car. For example, like there's so many weird things. Doesn't matter if you pop the tires because the car is not actually driving properly. Like you'll notice these two cars at the back, you can't just like kill the drivers in. And then you get another break.
I'm on it, baby.
Proposition 420.
At this point, they don't actually have the time to kill you, even if you do absolutely nothing.
Kill anyone who smokes. Let's live in a world without smokers.
We still got bikes on us, man.
Man, quit bitching and shoot as many of them assholes as
There you get this one bike dropping down. They barely hit you.
Screw that. We taking the
Car comes, then we get a cutscene. And they've got this incredible roadblock set up. And for some reason it all blows up as soon as you drive up the ramp.
Also, they parked a packer there that is obviously going to be used by someone to do a very cool...
Yeah.
How convenient.
The gate! The gate!
Man, I used to...
He starts screaming after you've driven through the gate. Brilliant.
Don't these guys ever give up?
But yeah, you'll see, like, they can't actually do anything to you, these enemies. The barrels do nothing, of course. And yeah, somehow they can't find you at this point, even though the bikes were literally like 5 meters behind you. Once you get to this parking lot, it's just done.
We can't hang around.
They're all gone.
I'll see you later, homie.
Much love, baby.
And this is like the ultimate convenience. Like you finish the mission right here, which happens to be next to the NRG spawn in LS, which is the fastest land vehicle in the game.
It's like they knew.
It's like they knew. And conveniently, there's a grenade pickup on the floor above that you can pick up from jumping on top of your bike. And you can get the nades. Nades are going to be useful for a couple of missions. Now we're going to drive all the way to Doberman, which is like in the middle of town. And on the way, grab a few tags that are placed in really dumb locations that you don't go to otherwise. So this one, for example.
Yeah, this seems fairly like unintuitive in terms of routing, because there's a lot closer missions to you. Like there's the rider missions, and there's also House Pie, the OG Loke chain. The problem is that in order to like finish LS, you have to complete all of the different chains, and Sweet's chain is still ongoing. And every single Sweet mission after Doberman takes place in Grove Street. So if you were to do all of the Grove Street missions, it would actually be far less optimal in the long term, because you would have to go to Grove Street, do all the missions, then go to Doberman, then come back to Grove Street again, and then continue Switch Chain before finishing at LS. So in reality, like this is the only real time that you can go into the middle of the city and complete the final 2 missions, and then complete all of them at Grove Street at the end.
Also, just doing it while you have the fastest vehicle is pretty smart, you know, like, use this to, like, zoom into town really, really fast.
Yeah.
If you get on the bike, like, as the fade is happening here, you don't lose your bike, otherwise it would despawn, so that's pretty important.
Yeah.
And then you get a bunch of more unskippable cutscenes, which is the gang territory tutorial, which becomes relevant in 11 hours.
I have absolutely no idea why they put so much emphasis on gang territories and then make you go through the entire game before they're relevant. Like,
Yeah,
who's gonna remember this?
This is so weird, right? Because your gang territories actually get reset when you leave LS. So like you could do all the work, take all the territories before leaving LS, and then they would just get taken away from you.
So stupid.
Yeah.
Covet your neighbor's ass no longer. The Epsilon program seeks out the convenient bits from every faith to create a religion that is uniquely...
You can hear on the radio right now, there's actually
GTA 5 reference?
Epsilon references. Yeah. Epsilon was not the first time, not their first appearance in the GTA franchise. Just only the first time that you can actually interact with them.
Yeah.
They've been a running joke for a number of years. Via like advertising and stuff.
Here I'm going to use the nades to kill the gangs, in theory. If I look at this very specific place, the gang will spawn collected on the sidewalk. So the nade will just kill them in one if it's placed correctly, like so. And then in between the second and third wave, I can spray a tag. Wait a bit, run into this wall, the gang will spawn on the sidewalk, and throw one nade. They're done. And now you get a 1 minute unskippable cutscene. Another break. Yeah, this is just explaining what it means that you have the territory. Now you get Grove Street members spawning in the territory. Wow.
Very cool.
Actually, the only useful thing about the territories is that you get Grove Street members spawning them. Becomes useful later on. I'm not sure what else it even tells you. Your territory is going to get attacked. Yeah, it'll become red on the map. Gets attacked. Then you have to defend it. Brilliant. And yeah, your bike can actually get stolen during this cutscene because the game is still running, and sometimes there are going to be pets spawning that just steal vehicles. One of those can just spawn and steal your bike. It's been known to happen.
Pretty sure it also tells you as well that you get money at Grove Street based on like territories and stuff, right? Like your respect.
I don't think so.
Something like that.
I don't think the money that accumulated there is actually based on your respect. Pretty sure. It's just a flat asset you get, but I could be wrong.
We need the French translators to come and come and help us. Well, apparently you do. It's up to 10k, and it does scale. There you go. I took French.
More you learn.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna keep using the NRG for grey imports. Just a nice mission that starts at the donut shop where the Crash are still hanging out there. They've been there for ages by now, but
Because haha, police officers donuts.
Donuts.
Classic.
We get more references to that even later on. It's actually insane how much they love that joke.
Yeah.
But yeah, you have to go all the way across town, and again, the NRG is just incredibly useful for this. You can do a few tags on the way once again.
Yeah, having a bike for this mission is also
almost necessary.
Yeah, you're intended to like go through and fight your way through like a labyrinth of ballers and like obstacles, and then fight a sort of mini boss at the end. But if you bring your bike with you, you can just drive all the way through them and run the guy over, which insta kills him.
It's actually meant to be like a chase, right? At the end of this mission, you're meant to like chase him in a car and shit. Because he has so much health that the only way to really kill him is to run him over.
Yeah. You can kill him before he even gets on his bike or anything. Yeah. It's a shame you skip most of it, because this mission actually has like a lot of cool mechanics, again, that you don't really see again. For example, if you are like fighting people there, you can actually shoot like overhanging bits of like wood and stuff on the ceiling, and you can actually crush people that you're fighting with the wood. And they even have like dedicated animations for like getting crushed underneath the objects and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's like loads of cool shit in that warehouse.
Yeah. It's like, what do they call it? Like object kills or whatever? Like environmental kills.
Yeah, it's meant to be a pretty cool like fight through, but you just drive through it all.
Yeah. And again, from what I remember, never happens again for the rest of the game.
Nah.
Like, spend all
Exactly.
that time coding all this cool stuff and then just never reuse it.
And yeah, in theory, after all this, you can store the NRG if it hasn't been destroyed or got the tire pop. And you can save it and use it later again.
Yeah, garages are really nice because they don't actually like store any of the like the properties of the vehicles when you place a bike in there. So basically what happens is like as soon as the garage door closes, it actually despawns the bike and just remembers that you have a bike, you know, with that vehicle ID in there. So then when you go to open the door later, it just spawns in a new copy of that bike.
Yeah.
So if you have like the bike and it's like smoking and damaged and it's got popped tires and everything, you can just like repair it, quote unquote, by just closing the door, destroying the old copy and then spawning in a new one.
Yep. And yeah, this mission I aim at Sweet so he doesn't actually get in the car. He'll meet us at Lost Cross instead. Just a bit faster to do it like this.
Yeah, he's gonna take the bus.
Yep. Which somehow is faster than the car. Impressive.
Go ahead, I see you.
It's the fucking, what's it called, like night bus from Harry Potter 3. Where they just like fly around.
It just flies around town, no one can see it, yeah.
Beautiful pastime, Samuel, with So You Like What You See, what seems to be about stalking. I love the production on this one. Get with the program, okay?
And here's another mini boss.
This is it.
Oh yeah, brilliant mini boss. Very underwhelming mini bosses in this game.
Yeah, this guy is like the head honcho of the Ballas family.
Yeah.
So this should, in terms of narrative, there should be like a huge showdown, but it's not. It's very underwhelming.
You also learn about using homies to like help you fight and stuff. That's what this little tutorial's for.
Here he comes. CJ, you take care of Kane. You guys take care of these other marks.
Yeah, you have to actually kill all the ballers here, so that's why I'm gonna throw a nade in. Kill the big group on the left. Reverse into the first baller. Kill him. This is the mini boss here, of course. Brilliant fight there.
Bonk him at 3 miles an hour and he's dead, just like that.
And then you have to wait for Sweet to get in this car, and while he's getting in, you just push the car a bit closer to where you're going.
Yeah.
Micro
The
time
car's
save.
actually locked until Sweet gets in, so you can't like.
Yeah,
drive
you
or
can't do anything.
And then even though this is just like a random car that isn't, you know, it's not Sweet's car, it's not CJ's car, it's not any of the homies' car, it's a random one that you found in the graveyard. If you blow up this car, you actually failed the mission.
Really? Even if you're not in?
Huh?
Even if you're not in the car? Wow.
Yeah,
That's so goofy.
Sweet will just like sit in here and not get out.
I don't know.
I don't know if it's because he's like locked in or what, but yeah, the game is like completely focused on this car from now on. And yeah, if you get out and blow it up, mission failed.
That's a bit silly, actually.
It's very, very dumb.
This car's actually useful though for the Honda run. It's an Admiral and we need to deliver it later.
Man, we was
So I'm gonna turn it in this marker and then I can just drive it straight in the garage after the mission. What I will be doing. But I'm gonna do the same thing I did with the Remington. Store it, make a save. And I'm also gonna store this cop bike. I didn't get a bike earlier on Burning Desire, as you recall, so I'm gonna use this as an replacement.
Usually you can only have 2 vehicles per garage. As you can see, the door doesn't open. And it actually says like, you know, you've hit your like maximum limit or whatever. But then if you're not inside of a vehicle, the garage will open so you can take one of the cars out. So you can actually just really abuse this really easily by just by literally just like opening the garage by standing near it and then just getting in the vehicle and just ramming it into the garage, and it will actually save.
But the tooltip is lying to you though. It says you can have 2 cars, right? But the max is actually 4. Like if you try to store more than 4, it'll despawn the 5th car.
Yeah.
So it does have an actual limit.
If you fit them in, then yeah, you can store 4 per garage.
Yeah.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's because like some places you can store 4, with like certain, not necessarily garages, but like the police compound and stuff like that, where you can store.
There are garages you can store 4 without like having to do this thing.
Oh, well, there you go, even better. Yeah. So some of them you can store 4, so that's just like a global limit.
Yeah, that's the global limit.
They try and limit you otherwise, but they don't do a very good job.
Yeah, so even like the big like hangar you get at the airstrip, you can only have 4.
Yeah.
4 cars in there if you want to park cars. Obviously, it's designed for planes, but yeah.
I ain't got the energy for it, man.
I always found that quite silly when I was a kid, like trying to put loads of stuff in a big hangar, and I could only have 4 things before they started despawning.
Yeah.
You love to give a homie a hard time.
Just trying to keep my soldiers alive, nigga.
By nagging them to death.
Alright, Catalyst, second stealing random weapons for rider mission. This time off a train.
Yeah, here we go.
That's our train, all right.
Just grabbing this tag on the way, and then first of all, the Vargos have found the train, so you throw a nade at them, and they'll be swiftly eliminated. After that, the ballers also find the train. You just shoot the gas tank, and they'll be eliminated. Convenient tag right behind the train. You can get on. So that baller car can actually soft lock the mission if you blow it up before the ballers start getting out of the car. It'll soft lock. So I waited till the door opened, and then I blew it up. Small detail.
Yeah, there's like a number of different checks that have to like be checked off before the mission can progress, and one of them is that like that car reaches its destination, I think.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't, then the game's just like waiting for it, and there's no failsafe or anything. It doesn't check whether it's dead or not. So.
Man, we got one time on our tail.
And yeah, you have to throw 10 boxes to rider, and then you can stop and drive to the pay and spray. Every time I do this mission, I think back to like Josh's run in 2013 at ESA, where the strat was to stay on the train until you got closer to the pay and spray, and then throw the last box. I found it so goofy, because back then I was thinking like, wow, genius strat. So smart to stay on the train because it moves faster, and then just found out later that it's not faster at all to stay on that train.
It doesn't move faster.
Nah, it's slow as shit, that train.
In theory, it should be faster.
Yeah.
But nobody tested it to see if it was actually faster. They just took everyone's word for it and was like,
exactly. Yeah, we got a lot better with testing stuff in the GTA community in more recent years. Actually trying things.
Don't just take people's word for it.
Yeah.
Okay, later then.
For life, CJ. For life, you heard?
And yeah, this one's straight into the last stealing weapons for rider mission. This time in this van. And yeah, this one you need to go to Ocean Docks and steal from the army.
How we get this van? It wasn't outside when I came.
Quite brilliant plan, really.
He like a clockwork ninja. Real dependent. Unlike some of the motherfuckers.
Give it a rest, man. I lost my little brother, and now I lost my mom.
Don't matter how much shit the city throw at you. CJ, you gotta...
And yeah, there's a tag on this bridge you can just conveniently take on the way.
Come on, CJ.
So this mission has some cool mechanics as well. For example, so there's like bonus crates. So obviously you're supposed to like put them in the van, but there are sort of bonus crates. There's more than you need all around the map, and you can actually like destroy them with either like a melee weapon or shooting them or whatever. And they actually have like
they'll actually drop a weapon,
yeah, things like that, which is
that's kind of cool, yeah. So yeah, like in the original 100% run, like with dupes, wouldn't need to take these oysters here. Because at the end of the run, you have a hydra on the roof that you can just fly out, pick up the oysters with. But because we're actually doing proper 100%, there is no such thing as getting 100% completion early in this run. and as such, you won't actually have a Hydra before you pick up all the oysters. So we have to pick them up now, when it's most convenient.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah. It's one of the things about doing GT skip that's so useful, because it gives you double percentage, but it doesn't actually skip any percentage points.
Yeah.
So that's quite useful. Yeah, after picking up that oyster, just punch the keypad through the wall.
Hey, stop where you are! Nice job!
I like using a nade to blow up this guy. It's not necessary, but if you blow up, kill this guy and the keypad at the same time, these guys in here won't shoot at you. Just,
Sound the alarm!
Okay.
Yeah, they just get
it's just comfy.
confused.
Yeah. And then you're meant to wait till the truck actually like parks before you can deliver a crate. But if you line it up correctly, you can get a crate in early. I didn't quite have to line up for that, but you saw the premise at work.
Okay.
Yeah, instead the box just clipped right through the vans. Then you can actually deliver 2 at once as well, which is...
Oh yeah, that's worth mentioning. I'm so used to this by now, it's just normal, but yeah. You actually pick up 2 at once.
I guess to clarify, you can't deliver 2 at once, but yeah,
you can pick them up.
Yeah.
Right here, I'm trying to go for a really, really perfect replay. Because there's a Mesa, you can see it in the back there. That car's called the Mesa, and we need to deliver that later. I'm gonna make a replay of it here, while we're in the hood, as it were. Yeah, so I'm gonna be a little bit careful here because you can kill Ride. Not careful. He dies very, very easily.
Yeah.
Covering fire!
Yeah, this mission, if you're doing it casually, is actually pretty tough because you have to like basically make sure that Ryder doesn't die, because the army will kill him pretty quick.
The way it works is pretty silly though. Like,
yeah,
what happens is there's one guy shooting at Ryder, and if you kill him, another guy will spawn. But you won't get any more spawning as long as you don't kill him. There's always only going to be one person shooting at Ryder in this mission. Pretty quite dumb.
Yeah. So it's actually like the way you actually sort of save Ryder is just by completing the mission as fast as possible. The more time you spend killing guys, the more time.
That's actually useless. Even in casual, it doesn't make any sense to spend time killing people.
Yeah. So it's like casually, it's way harder than it should be because the mission just isn't like coded properly.
I'm going in!
I mean, it might be intentional, but I don't know why they would do it like this because the effect is that casual players fail the mission for no reason, basically.
I hope you understand that record right
They got a storage garage up in Willowfield. Go!
And yeah, as you escape, you're gonna get chased by 2 Patriots.
These part-time soldiers got a
Nice way to get rid of them is to try to spawn some traffic in front of them. They all drive into it and get confused. Yeah, that way they can't catch up to you. After this turn, they really don't have any chance to catch you.
Yeah, you're intended to sound the horn and Ryder will actually throw crates out of the back, and whatever's in these crates, they explode, and you can actually kill them that way.
Yeah.
The issue is that if they're close to you, Ryder throws the crate at them point blank, and you both blow up and die. So
super useless actually throwing those crates. It's a cool idea, but
yeah, it's not a useful mechanic.
And yeah, almost
it's
none of
also
LS.
very counterintuitive because you just went to get all those crates and then you just throw them out.
Yeah.
Like
I never got that part either.
You're back at square one.
Remember as a kid, I was always afraid of throwing the crates because I was thinking like, I don't want to throw away this shit I just stole. What the fuck? Why would I throw this away?
Doesn't make any sense. So this is the mission that unlocks basically once you've completed all of the other strands. So you have to complete like Caesar's missions, OG Lokes missions, Smokes missions, Sweet missions, and Ryder missions.
Yep, and then you get reuniting the families. Another brilliant auto-scroller mission.
Yeah.
That ain't true. Right. Just chill.
So yeah, you're meant to go to this motel, and then you have to fight your way through all the corridors and stuff. But everyone is so bad at aiming that you can just slide through it all pretty comfortably. Again, on low FPS, of course, with the sliding.
If you are on a low health, there's another interesting mechanic in this, where in some of the rooms, there are actually ladies that you can go up to, and she goes like, "Oh, honey, you're hurt," and kisses you, and it actually heals you.
Yep.
Which is, yeah, it's...
Get into positions. Well,
you can tell they had fun making this game. That's all I'm gonna say.
Suppressing fire in there.
Random little mechanics like sprinkled into every mission.
What took you? We're smoking.
Yeah, you don't have to kill anyone. The only checks are just that you basically like save sweet, so you kill those 2 guys.
You have to kill the last 2, yeah, and that's it.
Yeah.
And here, pause buffer, the nade will like stay in the air, but the timer on the nade exploding will still be running, so you can use that.
You can just nuke those guys.
And yeah, you actually want to stay on frame limiter for this auto scroller, because even though it's an auto scroller, it's actually faster if you have a low FPS for some reason.
It's smoking rod.
I don't actually know where the time is made up, like, but it's somewhere in here. There's like a few seconds that you gain if you have the frame limiter on. I don't know where.
In theory, it should be the opposite, because usually, like,
you think so, right?
Scrollers are quicker on higher FPS because there's more chance for, like, 1, the game to check that you're progressing, and 2, like, if it's anything like just business, the game is like teleporting once per frame.
Yep.
So it moves you forward quicker because there's more frames to move on.
Yeah, in this you just gain a couple of seconds. Like, it's like significant enough. It's like 3 seconds or something you gain. Yeah, weird stuff. Anyways, I'm gonna spray the AK a bunch here to get my AK skill up to max. Once you get AK skill to Hitman level, which is the highest level, you can slide with the AK. Or essentially you can walk and aim with the AK, which is all you need to do to be able to slide. And we're gonna use that in LV for some stuff.
Yeah, by default, CJ, when he has like a low rating or like skill level in certain guns, he has to stand still to shoot. He can't move and shoot at the same time while still being accurate. And that also means that you can't slide and shoot at the same time.
Yes.
But once you have the Hitman level, which is like the top tier, then you can actually slide and shoot with the AK at the same time. Pretty useful.
And yeah, you can't damage your own car here, so it's a great way to just farm the skill when you have some downtime.
Yeah, for training the skill, the car just checks. The game just checks for you, like basically shooting something like a car or a person or whatever. So like the game acknowledges that you're shooting the car, so it's like great, you're training up your skill, but then the car is like immune to player damage.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, at this point in the like the auto scroller, you literally can't fail it. Like, you take basically no damage, and it's just like a glorified cutscene, basically. Because your gun jams, so you can't shoot anyone, and then you can just chill for like a minute or so.
Oh shit, bro! Blocked up ahead!
The cage jammed!
Fuck it, I'm going through! CJ, we got to get up burn up here! This is LSBT-29. Hey, what the fuck? You kill us all! Back up, smoke, back up! Hell no, I'm going through! Oh man, we gonna die! Oh shit! Slow down, folks, slow down! Oh shit, the brakes is out!
Yo.
In order to commemorate France's victory yesterday, I have a baguette for my lunch.
Big news.
Some sweet chili chicken. I'm so excited for it.
Shit, that's gonna be a
I do respect it.
Biblical lunch.
Passing the blunt. Damn, that was some serious shit.
But I appreciate
This. We gotta get out of here.
French after that. Yeah. And yeah, now it's just the last mission of LS left to do. Once again, back to high FPS. Take the tag. Here I'm just looking for a decent car. The home was pretty common, but I will just be taking the Previa and it's fine.
Yeah, so if you're wondering why Crucial doesn't have 100 of the tags, it's 100 total, before he leaves LS, because obviously he's gone from LS now, so now what? You come back here for the end game for an entire segment, so there's plenty of time to get the rest of the tags.
Yeah. It's actually quite a lot we leave.
You don't actually use any of the rewards. Like, you get like guns at Grove Street when you collect all the tags, but they don't have any real use in the run, so there's no need to get tags early. You know, efficiency is way more important than firepower in this run.
Yeah. I mean, the guns you get are pretty useless as well. It's like Molotovs and sort of shotgun and stuff. Like, what am I gonna do with this shit?
Yeah, it's nothing really to be done with it.
And you have to go inside the house to pick it up. Yeah, that's garbage. But yeah, I'm gonna park the bike next to the marker, get off and enter the marker, because if you enter the marker in a vehicle, it will like freeze you momentarily and just loses you a bit of time for no reason.
I got a warm sweep.
And this is where you learn about Big Smoke and Ryder's betrayal, of course. And you know that Sweet is walking into an ambush.
Damn it, Sweet, pick up! Pick up!
And you're like still calling him as you arrive. Beautiful.
Shit! Got a problem?
Yeah. Sweet's obviously been shot. You need to get rid of all these ballers. I'm gonna be using the nades effectively here. You have loads of them left, so you can just throw nades at everything, basically.
This mission can also softlock. I don't know if anyone knows why. Like, it used to be that if you went too fast, similar to the other mission with Catalyst, that you would softlock, but that's not the case. Like, it's been proven that you.
It's not about doing it too fast.
And you still.
It's about the second van that spawns. If you kill that van at a certain spot, it will softlock. It's somewhere like behind the big pillar. Like where I killed it is fine, but if you wait a bit longer than I did and kill the van, it'll softlock the mission. The last car won't spawn.
Yeah, so it's not about being too fast. You just either have to be fast or slow.
Yeah.
You can't be in between.
Exactly.
You have to pick one or the other.
Alright, we're in Badlands now, of course. I'm gonna save 3 times to adjust the time of day for chillier challenges. And then I'm gonna load the save to spawn a Sanchez. And it didn't actually work the first time I loaded the save, but it got it the second time.
Yeah, very strange.
No wonder they invented the electric guitar.
As you can see, straight onto K-Rose as soon as you get on the bike. It's a country vehicle. Yeehaw.
The war. You know what war I'm talking about. It's the war the South fights every day. The war on.
And yeah, now we're working for police again. Have to go kill some witness, I think, in a trial or some shit. The snitch, anyways, this cunt up here.
Yeah, he's gonna testify.
He's gonna testify against Tenpenny, right? Yeah, some shit like that. And of course, he is in witness protection up in the mountains. Because why not?
But the people protecting him are not the most competent guys.
No. They're all gonna be patrolling around the house, and he's just gonna be standing inside an empty house up here. But you can run them over, pick up an SMG. He's gonna try to escape really, really slowly.
Just walk.
And you can kill him and then take the photo and leave. I always found it really silly. That house is just completely empty. He's just standing in there.
Yeah,
that is just his
like
life.
A log cabin.
Yeah. There's nothing in there.
Very silly.
And yeah, you can just jump off the mountain and drive back. Very quick mission.
Shouts to Alligator Billy.
Exactly. And yeah, Badlands is a huge fucking area, and the missions are spread out all over the place. So in a couple of places, going to be using busted warps and death warps to transport across the countryside. There's only a few hospitals and police stations, and as long as you get in range of one of those, you can just get busted or die, and it'll teleport you way across the map. That's really useful.
We're back.
Fun fact about this strat, this is one of the first strats ever discovered in the game, and it was back in the speed demos archive times where they were based on like forum threads, and there was actually 2 different threads, one for the 100% speedrun routing, because none had been done at the time, and one for the any percent speedrun to try and beat the game as fast as possible. And this strat was actually discovered in the 100% thread, but nobody had told the people running any percent that it existed until someone came to the thread and was like, why aren't you guys doing this, it saves like 5 minutes. And they're all like, oh, thanks for telling us. And there you go, yeah. So the strat was found in 100%, like testing way earlier than the any percent.
That's cool. I didn't know that.
Even though, yeah, it saves the same amount of time in both, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah, once you get to this area, just find a cop car, get busted, and you go straight to the next mission in Dillamore.
Yeah.
Now here we're gonna need a pistol, in fact.
Where's yours?
And sometimes you get a cop spawning. So first, get in a vehicle to trigger Catalina's dialogue. And while she's talking, you have time to pick up a gun.
Where we going?
If you don't find a cop, there's a police station right here. Of course, you just got busted. You can pick up a gun from there. And then pause buffer to skip all the dialogue. He's gonna blow it up. Oh, he didn't. Fuck. Oh, he did. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I called it as well. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so there's nothing really you can do about that. If you drive into the the pump at the gas station, you blow them up. And
He actually did. I thought he stopped right before it, but then he just keeps fucking driving. Cunt. Alright, back to pause buffering again.
A gas station in Dillamore, and it better. I know where they're taking, so I blow your fucking balls off.
That's too silly.
Don't hit me, I might cry.
Anyways, we're gonna punch Catalina here so she doesn't get in my way. She'll just start shooting at the truck. Usually, it doesn't matter.
I ain't losing another crappy job because of some crazy bitch.
Drive!
Nah, that happens all the time. This stuff with the gas tank getting blown up there. And yeah, Catalina just dies and you fail the mission. Pretty straightforward stuff.
Steady, steady. I don't want to do this.
And yeah, you have to steal this tanker, one of the 4 heists. You can actually do these heists in any order you want, but they really do like try to force you to do this one first. By making it like right next to
there,
the...
So there's no reason to do it any...
But you could do any of the other ones as well if you wanted to. They are available.
Yeah.
And yeah, after this mission, you unlock the trucking missions, which is 8 missions of delivery, similar to this mission. And once you do them, you get the trucking asset. It's required for 100%. And yeah, we finished right at the trucking mission, so we can just start doing those straight away. Now, for trucking missions, for each mission, there's a different set of locations that you can get. And you can get 3 different trucks. You can get the line runner, which is this one, the worst one. You can get the tanker, the one we just drove. And you can get the road train, which is the fastest. For this mission, you want any location is good enough, but you want to reset for a tank or a road train unless you get Red County, which is what I got. In that case, you can do it in the line runner too, because it's so close. So yeah, in a perfect world, this mission is a road train to Red County and it takes about 45 seconds. With the line runner to Red County, it takes about 56, 57 seconds. So you can see even a 50-second drive, the line runner is already losing like 12 seconds to the road train. Which is pretty significant. And yeah, that's it. And here, you just want to get lucky and find something that isn't absolute dog shit. Just settle for the Bravura since it's such a short drive.
Yeah, there aren't too many decent fixed spawns in Badlands. They're usually pretty shit cars and they're usually pretty few and far between as well.
You're hoping for bikes basically in Badlands. The Freeway, the Wayfarer, the Sanchez. Yeah. There are blades spawning as well.
Way better than...
The blades and sabers are the key, like, and stallions, I suppose.
And a clover, I guess, as well.
Yeah, clover's pretty good. Yeah, so there is some stuff you can go for.
You just want to avoid like the camper vans and the journeys, things like that. Tractors.
Yeah.
Not very.
The second truck-in only has 2 locations, and they're both in Montgomery, so you can't even tell the difference between them. They're both like they're 10 seconds away from each other, so you're just resetting for a good truck here. It's quite a long drive. I did get the best truck. This is the road train. Quite easy to recognize because it has the big like grill on the front. You can see.
day by day.
And yeah, the road train and line runner have 3 different trailers you can have. The tanker always has the tanker specific trailer. The road train and line runner have 3 different ones of varying stability. This one is the most stable. The one that you saw in the previous trucking with the coal in it is the second most stable, and then there's an empty trailer as well. You're literally delivering air for some reason, but it's really unstable as well. And yeah, each trucking mission has like a different gimmick that you need. Like on the first trucking, it's about delivering before a certain time. On this one, it's about delivering it without taking damage. You can see my health on the right.
Cheating people always.
And the more damage you take, the less money you'll receive.
I stand by my man. They're all
Oh, yeah. Less damage you take, the more money you receive at the end. You don't actually fail the trucking. Even if you deliver late on like the trucking one, you don't actually fail, you just get less money. So you can take all the time you want in theory.
Yeah, they add more mechanics later on. Like eventually you start getting like what they call hot cargo, so the police are onto you, and you end up with like 3 or 4 stars as well, which is awful because they just like constantly ram into you and force you to like jackknife the what's it called, the trailer.
That's gonna happen on the next trucking that I'm gonna go to now. We're gonna get 3 stars with this one.
Makes it hard to face.
I was just looking for a good car here. This drive is pretty long.
Wake up wanting you again.
I got a blade and then I saw the freeway, so.
Always loving you, but never touching you.
And yeah, this next trucking takes us into Los Santos again. Which is kind of convenient. It ends right near the airport. We can take a plane and fly back into Badlands. Not bad.
Better off if I turned away and never looked.
And yeah, this next trucking has 4 different locations. Only 2 of them are actually good. The other 2, they're both Ocean Docks locations. So you can always see if it says Ocean Docks, you know you're doomed. The 2 good ones are Willowfield and El Corona. And you don't really want to be taking line runners for this because you have 3 stars. And the cops are actually going to bully you if you're driving a slow-ass car like a line runner. And also, it's just mega slow. Yeah, here I'm looking for El Corona, Willowfield, and not line runner. So yeah, road train, worst trailer on display. And it did get Willowfield. So I can just go straight away.
Makes it hard to face.
Now, I did save at the start of Badlands to set the time for Chiliad, but it's not quite good enough. You do need to advance time a bit more. So I'm going to be playing a bunch of replays here, and it's going to be really annoying, most likely. But yeah, every time you play a replay, you advance time by 1 second in game. And it's going to be annoying because it also like fucks up the radio, basically.
Yeah, they actually reworked how replays work in San Andreas. So in GTA 3 and Vice City, if you were to play a replay, it actually freezes the clock and like resets a second. Whereas in San Andreas,
it goes to the next second. Yeah,
it goes to the next one every single time. Yeah, so you can use it to manipulate time, but in completely backwards ways. It's completely opposite in San Andreas.
Don't you think maybe we could find
So yeah, the cops are really fucking annoying on trucking.
over the hill? Hey, cooking something up with me.
Anyways, that should be enough replays. The Chiliad challenges can be started between 7 AM and 6 PM. And yeah, you can see it's 4:30 AM right now. So a bit early. I'm gonna need to play a few more replays, but I'll save it for the plane. Yeah, the trucking ends here. And at this point, just looking for a decent vehicle to take into the airport. Of course, I'm getting absolutely nothing. Yeah, so that trailer, the empty one, can actually just detach if you're just going fast. Even if you go over nothing. It's so unstable that just high speed will make it detach sometimes. Pretty annoying. And yeah, to get into
I also
the
just
airport.
realized as well. Yeah, apologies. The replay thing, as Momo was saying in the chat, the changes are made in VC, not SA. So
right,
it still works that way in GTA 3, but in VC and SA, they changed how it works.
And yeah, getting into the airport requires
spreading misinformation on the internet.
You have to jump over the gate because they don't actually let you in without a pilot license. For some reason, when you're on the other side of the gate, it'll just open for you. But yeah.
Yeah, there's no check once you're on the inside.
I'm gonna toss a few more replays in here. And yeah, we can use the plane to fly to the top of Chiliad, which is pretty convenient. Just driving up the mountain takes about 1 minute in a mountain bike. But yeah, flying up is pretty fast.
Also, the best hero song.
Yeah. And yeah, there's no real reference for Chiliad here, so it's quite easy to miss like the exact lineup. But when you see it, you can just adjust. And yeah, you'll see I'm actually still a bit early here. Only a few seconds early. Oh, not a big deal. So for Chiliad, I am going to be capping the FPS again, because on bikes, for some reason, like, driving bikes is really weird on high FPS in this game. And yeah, sometimes the other racers get stuck, as you can see here, and they block you. But yeah, driving bikes on high FPS is actually kind of annoying. And it makes it very hard to do the climb up Chiliad on the mountain bike, which I will be bombing twice during the Chiliad challenges. So there are 3 of these. They all take different routes down the mountain. The first one is like the quick way down. And the second one is like a long way down. And the third one is just a weird one that like spawns you halfway down the mountain and makes you do all sorts of stunts and shit.
The first time I ever did these Chiliad challenges, when I did like a SA 100% playthrough on stream years and years ago. It was probably like 5 years ago at this point. And I did them like all back to back, and obviously like struggled because it's my first time doing it. And I got all the way to the end of the third one, and I said, "Can you imagine if my game crashed as I hit the finish line?" And I shit you not, as I said that, I would literally touch the finish line and my game crashed.
Yeah, if you fall off the mountain like that, it will just teleport you back up. It's really easy to do it on that turn because you're going giga fast. You can just fly off, but yeah. It will just teleport you back. On track. And then yeah, that's the first race done. Now this is a pretty cool strat. Somewhat recent still in 100%, I suppose. What we used to do is we used to fly up. Like we'd save the Chiliad challenge for later, and we'd fly from San Fierro Airport, the top of the mountain. But then we found out there's like a specific route you can do on the mountain bike. Actually climb this mountain in about 1 minute's time. Turns out to be worth it.
Yeah, CJ on a mountain bike or like a BMX or anything can just drive up straight fucking cliffs and like vertical walls. As long as you're like tapping W to sprint.
Even with that, it's actually really specific, like the way you have to drive up.
Yeah.
Like you have to find this exact gap here, for example, to make it up and stuff. It's pretty crazy, but yeah, once you get up here, then you're basically at the top already. And yeah, the second rain of the run comes in around this point. Doesn't really affect Chiliad too much having rain, but it's a fine time for the rain to be happening.
Hey, buddy, slow it down.
But yeah, it was like, yeah, it's been like 2.5 years now since the strats were found, but that's quite recent in like hundo terms. This route has developed really slowly over the years. And there was like a big route change about 2.5 years ago where the Sure however you pronounce his name. He'd been like away from the game for ages, and then he suddenly comes back with like a series of YouTube videos, which is like a segmented 100% speedrun with his completely own route, like completely different from Caster's route. So of course, the first thing we all do is we watch all those videos straight away to find like routing ideas, and he has like loads of good ideas that no one ever thought of, including Caster. So we immediately steal all that, implement it into Caster's route, and yeah, that changed the route a lot. That was the point where we stopped doing taxi missions to find vehicles and started just doing taxi in one long stretch, which is really, really boring, but really fast as well.
Yeah, the non-linear segment.
Yeah, that's when it became non-linear, because it used to be extremely non-linear. You'd get in a taxi and you just, the first vehicle you find, you deliver it, and then you go taxi again. Now it's, you deliver vehicles, and then you do the taxiing at the end in one stretch, 50 fares in a row.
Yeah, you do the car deliveries like one after another, and
yeah,
it's like hoping that you get lucky.
Yeah, every car is basically planned for now. Pretty nice. And yeah, this one is the long road down the mountain. Takes you all the way past the log cabin and stuff again. Takes about 2 minutes and 50 seconds or so. And yeah, you'll notice like the muscle at this point is like still pretty decent. Whereas in any percent, you would have like no muscle. When you're in Badlands, it'll all be gone. And it's gonna get even worse because we're gonna eat in Badlands, and that's gonna boost our fat up again. And then we won't lose muscle as well, and we'll have fat add on to that. But yeah, this is why like Katie doesn't really like us. So we have muscle and we have fat. She's not a big fan. And yeah, I'm going to be saving my stamina here, because for some reason, I don't know exactly how stamina works in this game, but for whatever reason, if you use stamina at the end of this race, you won't have enough for the climb, but it doesn't matter on the first race. On the first race, you can spam sprint for the whole race, and you still have plenty to climb up to the top. In the second race, you need to actually save it quite a bit. And even if you save it, sometimes you still don't have enough to do the climb. But yeah, the climb is actually identical. Exact same route here. Right then. But yeah, you'll notice there's like a little tiny gap in the rock, like here, that you sneak through to get up. Like it's super specific. Here you can't actually go straight up. You have to turn on the cliff like that, and then find this gap in the rock to get up. It's really quite specific and cool. And yeah, planes are often going to be crashing into this mountain. They just have no idea it's even here. They just spawn at like a flat height above sea level, and it just turns out that height is nothing compared to Chiliad. They always just crash into it.
The amount of people in YouTube comments who try and defend this and say that it's intentional because it's so quirky and random is fucking hilarious, by the way.
Really?
I get that shit all the time, yeah. Because I brought it up in my essay critique video, and like even backed it up with evidence and said like, this is bugged, this is where it's bugged, like this is proof. And everyone was like, nah, it's just like a random look element that they deliberately coded in. Fuck off. Like, it's just bugged.
Of all the things to try to defend, that's just not it. Like, there's just no way.
It's so stupid. Like, essay players are so brainwashed, man.
There's so many
like
places on the map, it makes no sense as well, the planes.
Yeah.
We might see it again later on Quarry, like, you'll just get planes randomly crashing into the quarry. Like, shit happens everywhere.
It's literally their just coordinates are wrong. Like, that's it. It's, they fly way lower than intended, and that's why they crash. Like, it is not intended. That would be awful game design to just be like, lol, you're playing the game, but sometimes you can get insta-killed for no reason, lol. Such a quirky and random feature.
Yeah, normally at this point I would have full health, but if a car drove into the gas tank earlier. I'm gonna just eat a hot dog here for safety. I don't necessarily need it, but there's a decent chance you take one shot on body harvest. Just this mission here. And if you take one shot at that health, I would just insta-die. So I'm playing it safe. On this health, I can survive 2 shots. Pretty nice.
Yeah, it's another example of where the accuracy bug comes into play quite a bit. Because these guys have like they're called the cunt gun in the game's files, but they're like country rifles, like, you know, country gun, but they wrote it as cunt because haha.
That's a good joke. I like that.
It's classic toilet humor from Rockstar. But yeah, so they have the rifles and they do a lot of damage like per shot, but they're not super accurate usually. But if these guys have the accuracy bug, then they will just like 3-shot you from across the map because the range is massive. So yeah, if you try and do this mission with a car, you get destroyed.
Yeah, you get absolutely destroyed in a car.
Yeah, like even if you have full health, the chance of you surviving is very slim because you're dead in like 3 or 4 hits.
I mean, even on a bike, like you can just get unlucky and get hit 3 times.
You can definitely die on a bike as well. Yeah, it's just way less likely to happen.
Like I took a bit of drowning damage there, just in case I don't get shot. I do need to have slightly low health to death warp afterwards, but I can still survive 2 bullets at this health. And even at full health, you can't survive more than 3 shots anyway. So
yeah. After this mission, he's gonna death warp by. Do you still blow up the BF in this? Or
yeah, you do. You just blow up the BF.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so you basically stand next to the BF injection and shoot it, but explosions even at point blank range are capped to 82.5 damage out of 100. So if you're full health, you'll always survive the explosion, even if you're stood as close to it as possible. So you need to take like a bit of damage to make sure you die. Usually, if you're doing like an 80% run and you're not fireproof, then you can just walk into the fire that spawns after you blow up the vehicle to finish yourself off. But there's, you know, you're fireproof in 100%.
Yeah, that's why you have to take the damage. I did take 1 hit. It happened. I would have survived 1 more barely with like a slither of health, but I didn't need to.
You can climb up on like the nearby shed and jump off to like damage yourself a little bit, but it's so
very little. Yeah, doing that.
Yeah, sometimes you have to do that in 80% because the explosion doesn't kill you, and then the fire.
There's no fire.
Yeah, for some reason, so you have to like just jump off, which is really cringe.
That's such a dumb gimmick. Like 1 every 20 times, the fire just doesn't spawn when you blow up a vehicle.
Yeah.
Thank you, friend. I'll call you when the
game of the year. Like we play the game for like 2 hours and we can list like 150 different ways the game doesn't work, and everyone's like, best game ever.
Yeah. Okay, we use the gun from trucking here. Blow up BF. Now we death warp back here. Perfect, just in time for the next mission. And yeah, this is just a cutscene mission.
Yeah, a couple of missions in this game that are basically just cutscenes. This is one of them.
Yeah, you do the mission. The mission is just a cutscene and a phone call. And then you get a marker on the other side of Badlands.
Sure did.
All the way back.
Yeah.
Whole lot of it.
And we do the busted warp exactly the same way again. And after this, it's just back-to-back-to-back heists for Catalina, basically. There's nothing else to do in Badlands at this point. You won't get any other missions until you've done all the heists.
Yeah, when you do the heists, as Crucial mentioned earlier, like you can do them in any order, but even though like the game basically pushes you in the direction of the first one, the final 3 can be literally done at any time. because you start them at Catalina's house always, and you can just pick whichever one you want to go to. But there is still an efficient order, because basically, like, your relationship with Catalina devolves depending on which mission that you do, and there's different dialogue depending on, like, you know, what happens in the story. So depending on the mission, like the order that you complete the missions, you get like a shorter or longer narrative. Basically.
Yeah, it's pretty significant actually. Like the cutscene, if you do the wrong order, can be really annoying at the end.
Yeah.
There's also the factor that
where she goes on like a Shakespearean monologue about
yeah, exactly. It's so long.
It's like, fucking wrap it up, Catalina.
Yeah. But yeah, there's two you need to do in the right order, because you get the cop bike and then you use it for the next mission. So that's what we'll see right at the start.
Hey, what we got?
Like Catalina has a Buffalo, which is like one of the best cars in the game. Really useful. But the mission Small Town Bank, which is the first one I'll be doing, you get a cop bike to escape on, and that cop bike is super convenient for the second mission, Local Liquor Store. The third one is irrelevant. Like, you use the Buffalo for it, and you also end in a Buffalo, so it doesn't... That one you can put in wherever you want. But yeah, we put it at the end to have the shortest possible dialogue.
My boys sing real good.
Make them be doctors and lawyers and such.
Yeah, this is the bank in Palomino Creek.
I heard about...
You're supposed to, like, aim at these guys for ages and try to, like, keep them from, I guess, calling the police or whatever, but no matter how hard you try to keep them, they will eventually give up or whatever.
Yeah, it's a great mechanic where you're destined to fail.
Yeah, you are just, you can't avoid failing that.
You're surrounded.
So you might as well just fail it instantly. Can I hit this guy?
You think you hard?
And if you saw there, Crucial's crosshair like just halved in size. That's because he just got is it gangster level?
Yeah, I got gangster level on my pistol there.
Yeah, it's like one of the big like milestones. So we talked about like Hitman level earlier, which is the highest. Gangster level is like an in-between point where you still get some buffs, but you're not quite like a full-on Hitman with the guns. So like Hitman level with the pistols, you get like dual wield and shit.
Yeah.
But with gangster level, basically you're just more accurate. You have like a smaller crosshair and stuff like that. So it's still nice to get. The accuracy helps quite a bit.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, you need to kill a few people for Catalina. Like, she can't do it all on her own. She can do quite a bit on her own, but yeah. Like you see, she's cleaned up the rest of them. And then these guys will arrive, deliver some cop bikes.
Yeah, those guys have shotguns, or at least one of them does.
One of them has a shotgun, and he's dangerous in theory if you don't know what you're doing. Like, you can get shot by him, but as long as you know what you're doing, it's actually impossible for him to get a shot off in time.
Yeah. I've had it before where this bug has existed since like GTA 3, I think, where if you shoot a guy like with a shotgun, for example, the frame before they start their animation to shoot, they actually like frame perfectly animation cancel, and they just like insta kill you without like even drawing their gun.
That's a bit silly.
Weapon. Yeah, I've died to him before that way.
Give me a break. I have a hideout on
It's
You're fucking psycho.
you're impressively bad if you do that, basically.
Yeah.
Like, it's really hard to die there, but it's possible.
We sleep with men, we're sluts. If we
And yeah, while waiting for Catalina, you can just pick up some satchel charges. They're gonna be really useful for killing yourself loads in San Fierro. There's gonna be a lot of suiciding happening.
Tiny ball.
And yeah, we get to just save the cop bike. You have to park it like slightly away from this marker. The despawn radius is pretty small, but if you don't do it right, you will just despawn the cop bike.
I thought we was gonna make
And yeah, I bought a rifle in the ammunition. Gonna use that rifle on this mission, and also later.
you don't even pay?
No.
But it's mainly for this mission.
Say I'm in love with you, and you act like I'm an idiot. I see
It's the liquor store, but when you get here, you find out someone's already robbed it.
Move your fucking butt.
And yeah, they'll be driving away. You're meant to do a big chase. Catalina's supposed to shoot at them and all that good stuff. She's really bad, and yeah. Instead, you can't just get off the bike here, snipe them all, slow and steady, In theory, you can do it in 6 shots. I mean 7, because I must have missed one somewhere. Yeah.
These shots are not easy. Like from that distance, they're like
Nah, they're definitely harder than it looks. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can't headshot them. Even if you wanted to, it always takes 2 shots to kill them, no matter what.
Yeah.
And yeah, after this, you don't need the cop bike anymore. In fact, if you use the cop bike for the next mission, it would be like a detriment to you.
Come and see me again when.
Because you wouldn't be able to get rid of the wanted level.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes Catalina gets a bit confused here if you park the cop bike like I did. This is actually pretty dumb time loss. Yeah. There is a failsafe, thankfully. You don't just soft log. Yeah, I'm gonna save the game.
Missions are very inconsistent with their failsafes. Like during Burning Desire, if Denise gets stuck in the final cutscene,
Yeah, just no failsafe there.
their house, you're just locked. Like you just have to hope that she gets to her destination. But yeah, otherwise the game will just lock up and eventually crash, I guess. Like if you leave it open for like 24 hours, it'll probably just die.
You want to rob a betting shop?
Very silly.
Yeah, for this last heist, I'm gonna pick up even more satchels. Like, you need loads of these satchels. As you'll see during San Fierro.
Yeah, satchels are one of the best weapons in this game in terms of, like versatility that you can use.
Yeah.
Stupid fucking bitch!
You can even use it here to you're intended to.
I'm actually doing it the intended way here.
Oh, you're doing it the intended way.
It's because on high FPS that you don't throw the satchels as far. Because that's another feature. Thrown things don't go as far on high FPS, for some reason. So it's actually pretty hard to hit the safe through the door. But yeah, you can just throw the safe through the door and do both at the same time. But
yeah. And this mission is weird. So usually in GTA, if you have a 4-star wanted level, your chaos points, which is like, you know, how angry the cops are at you, doesn't go down on its own. But in this particular mission, it does. I don't know if it's like always going down or if the mission script just like gives you 3 stars after a while, but it works out because there are actually 2 cop bribes nearby in this next little village here that you can then use to get down to 1 star, and then the 1 star goes away on its own. So you can skip driving all the way to the pay and spray because the pay and spray is
oh my god, I'm actually gonna fucking flip this shit.
At least Catalina gets out.
Yeah, you don't actually need
like
the car.
fail the mission.
I don't think I've done that before. That's a fucking new one. Let's take this Walton.
Isn't it because it's Badlands and you lose stars easier in Badlands?
Yes, it's because when you're outside the city, your chaos points actually go down. If you're inside the city, they will stay. Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
Alright, we are in the Bolton. Yeah, there's 1 bribe star, and then get the second one here. And the last one will just go away before we get to the end.
Then John, he got up.
God, this car sucks. Holy shit.
It can barely get up the hills. This is why bikes and stuff are really good, because this is like the average country vehicle. It sucks.
He was thinking.
Take me home.
Oh, it's struggling.
How we do?
Little children.
Money?
No, but I really need.
Next time, just walk.
Yeah.
Hit your gut, big man.
Their lives.
Okay, I will pick up the buffalo. So yeah, after you've done the heist, you actually have nothing to do, but you get a phone call from Caesar telling you about some races you can do. And yeah, they do thankfully happen right next to Catalina's place. And she has one of the best cars in the game, so take her car down to the races. And if you know where they're going to happen.
Seemingly random races actually progress, like, not only the San Andreas storyline, but also the GTA timeline in general.
Yeah.
Quite a lot. So, in this first race, you're literally just, like, racing piss randoms, but in the second one, you actually do a pink slip race, which is like, you know, if you're not familiar with pink slips, it's like you can either bet like money or like an object. It's basically saying like, you know, if you win, you get this object. Like you can bet somebody's car or a house.
Yeah.
Or something like that. And you race against Catalina and her new boyfriend, who is actually Claude from GTA 3.
Yeah.
And they go off to Liberty City together, and that is where the events of GTA 3 actually kick off 9 years later. So
it's quite cool,
it gives
actually.
some backstory on how they meet and everything before GTA 3 starts.
The broken cowboy is like a dog.
And yeah, these races are really lazy though.
Oh yeah, the design is terrible.
Yeah.
The narrative is cool because you meet like Woozy. And
Yeah, you meet Woozy. That's pretty neat.
But yeah, the actual design of the race, like this one is fine.
This one is perfectly fine, yeah.
Just has no reason to exist. Like, it's literally the exact same course, but backwards.
They could have done just any other course. They could have just made different checkpoints. It would have been fine. But nope, they picked the exact same one in reverse. It's so bad.
Just lazy.
And yeah, for some reason after this race, you just get a different car. Like, I don't know how that works either.
Yeah.
It's like you did the race with that car all along. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. And also, like, then in terms of the story, they use the ZR because it's Claude's car, apparently. But then you never see like the ZR in GTA 3 at all. Like they could have used the.
Yeah.
There are several cars that exist in GTA 3 and San Andreas. Like they could have just used a car that actually exists in.
Yeah, like a cheater or something, right? Like furnace, whatever you want. Like, but nah.
Yeah, and then it's like CJ is pissed off because they basically rip him off. So instead of winning Claude's car, which is the ZR, he's annoyed because they give him a deed to a garage in San Fierro, which kicks off the rest of the story.
Yeah.
But if you think about it, you're already given a ZR in this mission.
Yeah.
You already have one. So why would CJ give a shit that he's not getting another ZR when he already has one to begin with?
Yeah, it's so weird.
Like, and you get to keep it.
Look,
so, like,
that's his ZR right there on the right.
Yeah, like you can even argue and say like, oh, maybe he got lent it for this race. You keep it after the race. You can keep it. So
that makes no sense.
It's so stupid, man.
They should have just let you keep the car you raced the first race in. Honestly, I don't know.
And it just makes it even so much better because Catalina's like, oh no, we gotta use the ZR. She has a Buffalo. CJ uses it in the first fucking race. Oh my god, man! Like,
yeah, it's so goofy.
I remember that old Brazos River where I
And yeah, as you can tell, just the reverse race here, it's really brilliant.
brings to mind
It also is very impossible to lose the races in this game. Like, they've really made them way too easy. The only time I lost this race when I was playing on phone. Driving is so hard.
I'm not sure if they even rubber band, do they?
Nah, I'm
or if they do,
90% sure they don't in this race. Yeah.
Like usually, when you're in like a GTA race, obviously you drive way faster than these guys do. So they'll be like rubber banding to catch up with you, or on the contrary, if you're behind them, they'll slow down a bit to give you more of a fighting chance.
I'm pretty sure they don't do either in this game. They just drive at the same pace for every single race. And that's just that.
I'm pretty sure they don't. And you just wipe the floor with them.
Because there are some races later, 100%, where we're going to be doing collectibles and stuff during the race. And it actually becomes a bit close towards the end. Because they don't slow down for you either. They just keep going.
Yeah, it's very strange. VCS respawns the races behind you and V rubber bands them. Every other game does nothing with them. VC definitely
I thought VC does, right?
VC teleports them closer to you when you're not looking.
I remember that from like casually playing VC. The races were actually like close all the time.
Yeah, I don't think GTA 3 does anything. I think they just drive, same as SA. So it's weird that they had like one game where they don't do anything, then VC where they do, then SA where they don't, and then went back to having them do it again.
If you're really quick here, you can change into a different vehicle at the end of this race and get to keep it. But I always like to look for a bike. I never ever get one, but in theory you can get a bike.
I've never seen anyone pull that off in my life.
I just like to do it for fun. You know, one day I'm gonna actually find a Sanchez there. I'm gonna change into it. I'm gonna save multiple seconds, I'm sure. But yeah, that's the last race. After that, we unlock a phone call from the Truth, and we get to do the last Badlands mission. But before we do
Also
that,
a very key character in the story.
oh yeah, we get to do trucking 4, of course, because trucking is basically on the way to Truth's farm, which is where I'm driving now, and the trucking ends close to Truth's farm, so it's a pretty convenient thing to just do. I'm just gonna drive left here instead of right.
Yeah, fun fact about the final Badlands mission. So you get a phone call from the Truth that tells you to come to his farm, and then the marker spawns on the map. Interesting little fact. You don't actually need to take that call to start the mission. If you know where the marker should be, there's actually the trigger for the mission that already exists, regardless of whether you take the call or not. So you can just drive to Truth's farm and stand where the marker would be, and you'll start the mission anyway.
Yeah.
Which is actually used in any percent runs. If you saw Tapes run before, you can actually use the Truth call for glitches later on, even though you should have taken it by that point. It's very strange.
Yeah, it becomes a thing on later missions as well in RCLS. You don't actually need to take the calls to get the missions. So yeah, this trucking has 3 different locations. Only one of them is actually good. And to see which one you've gotten, you need to enter the truck. 2 of the locations are just called Whetstone, and one of them is called Angel Pine. And you know Angel Pine is shit, so don't take that. But when you see Whetstone, you can either have good Whetstone or bad Whetstone. And yeah,
Angel Pine is like the far depths.
yeah, it's miles away.
Miles away. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm getting pretty unlucky here. Notice I'm resetting every time I get a line runner, and when I see Angel Pine.
Something that usually isn't a factor, but can be if you're unlucky enough, is he actually has only so many pistol bullets to fail this.
Yeah, I only have 8 resets left. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you run out of pistol ammo because you...
I do. Yeah, I have like loads of other guns. Yeah, it's relevant for like the earlier truckings where you only have the pistol.
Missions, yeah, where you don't have like other stuff. Yeah. But you can, in theory, get unlucky enough to the point where you actually run out of ammo to fail the mission.
Yeah, I'm getting pretty unlucky. I haven't had a single wrecked Whetstone yet. Just the way trucking works. Good fun. It gets even worse later. This is not even the worst it's gonna be. Boop, boop, boop.
You know, resetting for this long, like you might think, like, you know, well, at this point you could have just done it by now.
Yeah.
But you really underestimate how different these routes are and how slow.
It's just the premise of like, statistically, it's the correct option to always reset it. You know, like it's always the right choice, even if it, in hindsight, was not the right choice.
Yeah.
You have to play
can't
it.
predict the future.
Nah, you have to play it according to the stats. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I did finally get it here. Now this trailer can detach while I'm going up this hill because it's really unstable. But we'll see what happens. It's fine. Each reset takes 10 seconds on trucking. Yeah, I reset what, like 13 times there, so that's like 2 minutes, more or less, lost. Yeah.
Joys of 100%.
Yep.
Sometimes there's only so much you can control.
It gets worse with trucking 7 and 8. Those are like really painful.
Listening to that record reminds me
Because the trucking 8 has like 12 different locations, and or like even more maybe. Like,
I didn't know
like that is not nice.
Yeah. And you also have to deal with, I think, trucking 8.
Trucking 8 has 4 stars as well. Yep.
Everyone knows how to pull
That
out
sucks.
his pistol, but
Really
it takes
awful.
a cowboy to know when to
All it takes is one cop to just pit maneuver you, and you're done.
Yep.
pretty much.
Anyways, that's trucking 4 done. And after this, you generally hope to get a bike. I might just take a bicycle. With these options I'm getting right here. Not too good. And yeah, you can just drive to Truth's farm.
Yeah, there was a saber, but was angry, so
Yeah.
much more difficult to get them to stop.
Also, the bike isn't too bad. I'm actually gonna change because I have to break through a fence.
Don't mind me.
Always loving you, but never touching you. Sometimes it hurts.
Yeah, the bicycle would not be able to break this fence, and I don't have enough bike skill to jump over it yet. Okay. So this mission, you're meant to burn all like the wheat fields, but instead you can just blow them up with satchels that you pick up earlier. The first two are pretty long, so you have to use 3 satchels here to actually get every single piece. They're like divided up into like squares, as you can see on the minimap. I need to get every single square of it destroyed. Yeah, these
You blow up the satchels like after each couple of throws, because I forget the number, but there's basically only so many satchels you can throw before like they start despawning. So you can't throw like them all at once and blow them all up.
Brother Carl.
Yeah, do the last set here. When you get a rocket launcher, you have to kill the helicopter. Use another rocket to break the fence. Push the camper around and avoid death from the falling helicopter. And then we just head to San Fierro.
Yeah, the helicopter actually explodes like 4 or 5 times for some reason. So
every flying vehicle does this in this game. Yeah.
Yeah, it's instant death.
Yeah, then the fear hit me.
I have no idea why that happens.
Nah, it's such a stupid meme. Same with like if a plane crashes near you, it's gonna blow up like 6 times.
Yeah. I'm on my way to San Fierro, okay? I'll meet you and Kendall at that garage I wanted the races. Holla at y'all later.
Basically, this means you're dead. Like you can't survive it, even if you have full health and armor. You're done.
Yeah, you can survive like one of the 6 explosions, basically.
Yeah.
Get around if you don't drive.
I have an astral goat called Herbie. She's faster than most, but getting old.
Yeah, whatever, man.
And yeah, the camper is the, one of the cars that you can't flip in this game. One of the few, if not the only one. I don't remember if there's any more.
There she is, brother.
My one of my trilogy PBs has a fail in this mission because I flipped it and blew it up.
I ain't been here before.
Impossible.
Better place to.
Unless you're leaning up against something, it's impossible. You have to actually be like stuck on something.
I have video evidence not stuck on anything. I swear.
Inputs? I need to see inputs of you actually trying to unflip it, because it's always possible to unflip it.
I might have. It might have inputs. I don't remember. This was years ago.
Yeah. But
I was told that it was not possible.
You can always unflip this car. That's the thing. You can always roll it.
Yeah, there's a chance I might have just like.
Yeah.
Flip, like,
but obviously, if you're not doing any inputs, you can just stay on your back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, San Fierro, welcome.
Hey man, how you meet?
Tutorial mission here. We get to really shit plotline for this mission. Like it's really thin, the story here, but it's basically just an excuse to do a tour of the city.
Yeah. It does make sense because you want to learn like where certain landmarks are.
It kind of makes sense, but
it's so forced, the narrative behind it.
Shiny razors.
And again, like these
deal, dudes.
I'm opening
with a game like GTA that usually has so much replay value. Making missions like this and forcing you to basically just drive around for 4 minutes is like
shit in the woods.
They do the same later on with the desert and monster. It's to give you like a lap of the map.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all well and good, but it only works the first time.
So far gone.
Yeah, you have to go first to the docks, and then you have to go to the hospital across town. And the excuses here are so bad. It's like Truth is like watching some van drive by with some people in it, and it never ever gets explained at any point what is happening here.
They just put it up to like, oh, Truth is like a hippie, so he like does lots of weird things, and that's their justification for all the weird
it's
shit
terrible.
It's best to stay in the dark, kid.
And then Truth is just like CJ is asking what we're all thinking. It's like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
It's like, you wouldn't want to know. Like, you like stay in.
Do you know what a subthermal neurophone is?
Yeah, it's better if you don't ask questions.
Yeah.
It's like it's such a cop-out answer.
And yeah, San Fierro is full of slow roads, which is basically roads where you can't reach your top speed. And you'll notice, like, I'll elaborate on it later, but you'll notice I'm going like up on the sidewalks a lot of the time, which is basically just to avoid it, going really slowly.
What's going on, True? Who was some dude?
Yeah, there's quite a few all the way around the map. Basically,
Yeah,
roads that, like,
but San Fierro has lots of them, like so many of them.
like LS does have them, but they're quite few and far between.
Yeah.
Not nearly as noticeable.
Yeah, it's advantageous to drive on this surface here because it's not actually a slow road.
Good.
Yeah.
Keep it that way.
Yeah, the other plot point is basically talking about, like, you know, introducing the characters, and they're like, they have like almost no, like,
only Zero is actually relevant in this game. Like,
yeah, they have like almost no relevance in the story.
Zero.
Jethro and whoever the fuck his other name is, I don't know what it is. I don't even know that name. It's like, yeah, exactly.
Like, Jethro introduces you to the driving school, but, like, anyone could do that, you know, like Caesar could call you about that. He doesn't have, you know, the narrative would progress regardless of whether Jethro exists. And Dwayne, I can't think of anything that he does.
At least Zero has missions. That's the one good thing.
Yeah, Zero has like a whole storyline where his like RC shop is getting sold, like his landlord is selling the property and kicking him out.
Yeah.
Buy it and bail him out and help him in his war against like the other geeks, basically. Which is not too bad. A lot of more offensive stuff in this game.
So for some reason, 555 loads in a cheetah into the game's memory. So you're more likely to get cheetah spawning here on this mission. And that's one of the cars I need to deliver later. So it's basically the time to get a cheetah. It's right now. That's why you'll see me just driving up and down this road, waiting for one to spawn. There really is no good backup, so it's just about driving here until one spawns.
Yeah, it also needs to be like a rich area as well, which this part of San Fierro is quite a high.
Yeah, this area, this right here with all the skyscrapers has rich people spawning. As long as it's daytime. That's why I saved in Badlands to adjust the time of day.
Yeah. If someone discovered what a loaded cheetah is, I mean, if it just spawns it in, it'll just be at like a certain set of coordinates, right? Like, probably just look it up, but I don't know if anyone's bothered to.
I think someone said once it was just that, like, some weird place like out of bounds somewhere. I don't remember.
Yeah.
Patrick knows probably.
So let's have a look. I think I have a script somewhere.
But yeah, once you install the cheetah, you can just continue the mission as normal. First of all, push these guys. And don't kill them.
I'll see you later, girl.
This is to get the DA to spawn quickly.
Why don't you? Oh, thanks.
Follow that guy into the garage once I'm in. Gonna kill him, take his clothes, look to the left immediately here. Gonna spawn the DA on the right. Kinda depends where you want to spawn the DA. Just with this particular timing of the traffic lights, I'm just gonna play it safe and spawn him on the right. And then I'm gonna take photos. The thing about snapshots in this game is you don't actually need to be able to see the snapshot icon to take them, as long as you are within the range with your camera. So I'm just taking photos of random stuff. You can't actually see what I'm doing, but I know all the lineups, and that's what matters.
So I've just had a look at the script. I think Gogsy also has a look as well in the chat. It just spawns it at 000.
Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah.
Hey, that's the DA. He's a good tipper.
Take the car.
Yeah, it spawns it like right after the cutscene finishes. It loads it 3 times for some reason.
Oh, great.
Spawns 3 cheetahs all on top of each other at 000.
God knows what that's about.
Yeah. Or maybe it's just like code monkey stuff that I don't understand, but the command is in there 3 times. Very strange.
Now, this is the 3rd rain of the game. In San Fierro, it rains a lot more. The rain cycles in San Fierro is every 30 minutes. There's a lot of rain.
Yeah, this game has like 150 different weather types or something crazy, which is, you know, in VC there's like 6. And SA has like over 100 because it all depends on the region that you're in.
Yeah.
So like the weather in San Fierro is completely different to the weather in Las Venturas and Los Santos, etc. Which makes sense because obviously they're completely different cities. They're intended to be like, you know, San Francisco, LA, and Las Vegas, all at complete different sides of the country.
But there's so much fog in San Fierro because San Francisco is obviously famous for its fog.
Your own religion. Call yourself an actor at wait tables. It just doesn't matter out here. Everybody's at it until the
Jesus, that guy.
family come to visit. Janice and
Yeah, you need to not damage the car here on the drive back. It's pretty straightforward. You have plenty of time, but you obviously want to go fast.
Yeah. The biggest issue with the time is like if you get all the way to the garage and then you like, you know, someone drives into you on the way, then you have to drive all the way back, get the car repaired, and drive all the way back again in like the rest of the time that you have, which can be very bad.
Yeah.
And sometimes you can fail the mission as a result. I forget how many. I should have checked while I had the script open, but this mission has, as far as I know, at least in San Andreas, the most fail conditions of any GTA mission.
Yeah, it has loads allegedly.
Yeah.
Must be 2 tons of Mary here.
What? But I've never seen. How could it be?
Hell of a defense you got there, buddy.
Alright, so if you finish this mission before 8 PM in game, which I didn't, or before 10 rather, you can get a Felser afterwards. And you want to get either a Felser or a Sentinel in the garage. This is a Sentinel, so if I don't get a Felser, I will destroy this. But Felser is a bit better to have. I'm gonna be on the lookout here. But it looks like I will just be storing the Sentinel. Yeah. So Pulsar and Sentinel are both business cars. So they'll spawn in areas with like business people. And yeah, after the valet missions, you are in that area, so perfect. Anyways, deconstruction, of course. You meant to take a dozer and destroy all these. What are they even called? It's like
they're like portables, aren't they? Like
yeah.
Like portable houses, I guess.
Yeah, I guess that's what they are. Yeah. Anyways, use the rocket for a few of them. The ones that have barrels next to them. And the rest you can just crush with the cement mixer. And then
there are 15 ways to fail.
15 ways, not bad.
15, yeah.
Oh God, no!
That's crazy.
Yeah, you put 3 satchels on this toilet, and it'll just be blown perfectly into the hole here. And that's that mission done.
That's a very cool strat to do.
Yeah, it's one of the coolest strats in the game, I think.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna need to save again.
Long time ago.
CJ.
Saving for time of day here.
Trying to get a feel.
I need this to spawn the Mesa after this mission. And the Mesa only spawns during the day. And if I didn't save, it would be night after this mission is done. This photo opportunity.
Everybody's calling for this record, man.
Really dumb mission. I have no idea. Like the whole concept of this mission, I always hated it. You have to drive out and meet Caesar in the middle of fucking nowhere, then drive all the way across the map to Angel Pine, because apparently that's where like Ryder and Tibo Mendes all meeting. And then you just get left there and have to go back on your own. It's super silly.
This mission would be fine if they just like had a cutscene where you met up with Caesar, and then like, you know, you started at the bit where you just like start taking pictures.
That would make a lot more sense.
Like it would be a short mission, so you'd probably have to pad it out with some other stuff, but like it would all be, you know, even attach it onto another mission.
Yeah.
Like another short mission, combine the two. But just the way it is now, where it's like a 5-minute mission and 4.5 minutes are nothing, just complete filler.
Yeah, you can see the swimming here on high FPS. It's pretty darn slow. The reason I'm not changing my FPS here is because there's no reason to do it. I need this lung capacity anyways. And yeah, the menuing is just not worth it here.
Yeah, there's a mission later on in San Fierro called Amphibious Assault, and you need 2 lung capacity upgrades for that.
Yeah.
In order to start it.
And that takes
Otherwise,
2
you
minutes
get
of
a
underwater
unique
swimming.
cutscene. Yeah.
I like the unique cutscene though, it's pretty good. But
It's very cool. Instead of like the game just like telepathically telling you that you can't do it, there's actually like a lore reason.
And at this point, I don't even have 1 upgrade, so I'm quite far behind. But you take a lot of oysters before that mission, and it works out just about. Anyways, use the boat here to just glide over to Caesar's car. And then what you want to do?
If you do the jump wrong, you can actually just flatten Caesar and kill him.
Yeah, it's doable.
Where we going?
You want to be pressing F like far away from his car, so that way he gets in the back seat. Saves about 1 second. Otherwise, he would run around the car to the front seat. Quite slow.
Fun fact regarding the lung capacity stuff, mega boomers of this game that ran the game like, 10-15 years ago, they would have a segment in San Fierro where just for Amphibious Assault they would swim all the way back, all the way down the, I forget the name of the river, but it's the one like next to you now, and they would swim all the way back to San Fierro in order to get enough lung capacity.
The right MC got a bedtime story.
Genius.
I can understand the logic, but not the fastest thing. But yeah, they would swim back after this mission, all the way back from Angel Pine, all the way to San Fierro. It's like 10 minutes of swimming.
Your skills on the mic were more important than
It turns out there's a lot more efficient ways to, or efficient places to do it.
Do to you.
This drive is just really long, especially if you're doing it casually. If you don't know how to cut through Truce Farm like I just did, this drive takes forever. And you're also driving one of the worst cars in the game, the Savannah. Just super painful car to drive.
Yeah, for some odd reason, this car actually has input delay. For some reason. It's the only one. And there might be some like special cases, but in terms of like just random cars, no other cars have this. It's just, yeah, I don't know if it's intended or what, but it makes it terrible to drive because it's like you're drunk the whole time.
Yeah, and it's like really slidey as well. It's just awful in all the possible ways. Yeah, this is kind of an auto scroll as well, except you need to actually press left click every once in a while.
Here's the gameplay of the mission.
After all the traveling, finally we get to the exciting part.
Left click 3 times and the mission passes.
The rider arrives, you take a picture of him because you don't know what he looks like.
Little bitch.
I never understood, like, we need these pictures, but like, how do they not see us up here?
This guy taking himself.
Yeah, I mean,
You ever know how silly this is? Look at this.
What now?
yeah. And it's not only that, but it's also like, the whole thing where like this mission was originally supposed to take part in a helicopter, where they're yelling at each other, so they could hear you. Like,
It'd be even more obvious if you'd be in a helicopter. They'd just hear the helicopter, no?
Instead, you're stood like 10 meters away, and you're like, "Hey, what are these guys doing? I don't know."
It's so silly, this mission. One of the greatest games of all time, of course. Brilliant game.
No issues.
No issues with this game. Flawless.
That was some heavy shit.
We better. And then yeah, Caesar just ditches you at the other side of the map for no fucking reason.
Yeah.
We got what we came for anyway.
But the best part is that like this gimmick is repeated a few times during like the story, but every other time CJ goes like, "Oh, like can't I get a ride or something?" and then they drive away. But in this one, CJ just walks away first. He's like, "Okay,
yeah,
good job," and walks away. Like, what the fuck?
It's really dumb. And yeah, here we want to get a bike. quickly, and we're gonna head this way. This is not the fastest way back to San Fierro, but it takes us past a couple of oysters. And it's basically the only time you ever would have a reason to go on this road in the game. Like, you never go out here otherwise.
Yeah, there's nothing.
There's nothing here.
You can't miss that right there, man. Them guys are definitely back in the game doing it with.
Yeah, we take the bike to this bridge, and under this bridge there's an oyster, of course. That's what they love doing in Gokstar. They love placing the oysters under random bridges.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was the what's it called? The yay call.
The yay call.
Amen.
Fun fact about those calls is they can completely lock you out of completing the game.
Yep. They can remove your save icons, basically.
Yeah, they actually have their own on-mission flag variable. So they're missions, but they have a completely separate variable. And if you... The first call that you get is always just like explaining the mechanics of it, I guess. And then the other ones, if you just put down the call instead of like saying yes or no to it, you get stuck in like that permanent state where it's like waiting, and you can't, you can start other missions because of the fact that you're technically on mission 0, but you're on mission 1 on this other variable, but you can't save the game because the game expects you to be on mission 0 on both of the variables. So that would usually be fine because you can like use something like a submission to set on mission 0 for both of the variables again. But if you have that state that we just talked about and you start a story mission, that state will be locked forever and you will always be stuck in that glitch state. You will never be able to save the game again or anything like that. So you're basically just fucked. Your playthrough is done. Unless you can speedrun and beat the game without saving in, however long it takes to continue the game, before you turn it off, you're done.
Yep.
You are screwed.
Yeah, there's actually no way to fix it. It's so dying, whatever you want to do, nothing's gonna work.
Yeah. It's as soon as you start a mission, it's GG. You're locked out forever.
You notice I used the Robin Uncle Sam replay here to get a Mesa. And I'm gonna go to Blood Bowl now. Now, in normal 100%, you would be setting up an on mission 0 call with Blood Bowl, which lets you move during this like countdown, and that's exceedingly useful. Moving during this because it means you can get guaranteed the first marker. Now you'll see I got it here because I got lucky with the opponents, but it's very rare you actually can get it like first marker without on mission 0. And if you don't get the first marker, it can sometimes take minutes to complete Blood Bowl. This is like probably the best you'll ever see Blood Bowl without on mission 0. It was really, really, really clean.
So Blood Bowl is just copy and pasted Blood Ring from Vice City, the stadium event, and it works exactly the same bullshit way. Basically, like half of the people actually go for the checkpoints alongside you, and half of them just go for you. So like,
that's not exactly how it works actually in this. In this, I mean, there's 2 people going for checkpoints with you. Only 2. There's 2 people actively trying to destroy you. And then there's the rest of them that are just driving around and being annoying. Like doing fuck all.
Even worse.
Yeah. But there is actually only 2 people that can pick up the checkpoints. The rest of them will just drive through them and do nothing. The key to most Blood Bowls is identifying the 2 cars that are going for the checkpoints. Always keeping your eye on them to find out if you can actually make the checkpoint. If you're just chasing every checkpoint without having any idea what you're doing, you're gonna get fucked most of the time.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Anyways, I got a caddy there because it's very sexy golf carts because she'll think you're rich. And then she'll want to date you. And then I got Katie as a girlfriend, took the Mesa to the garage, started the Jizzy cutscene, and killed myself. This will bring me to my new girlfriend, which is conveniently close to the Jizzy mission, what we're going to be doing.
Double convenient because it now means that going forward, as long as Katie is still your girlfriend, when you die, regardless of where you are, even if you don't spawn at her house, you actually keep all your weapons, which means that you can death warp, which is very useful.
Yeah, that's why from now on we're going to be death warping a lot.
Yeah.
because we get to keep our weapons, so it's
What a strong
brilliant. DLC mission number 1. Normally you'd be skipping this in Hundo as well, because it's technically counts even in Hundo as completing this mission the way you do Jizzy skip. But yeah, no mission 0 manipulation means Jizzy. It's actually a pretty cool mission. I never disliked this mission. Not bad.
I hate it, but not because of like any objective reason. It's just like it's so long, you know, and like if you
It is like almost 4 minutes long.
Oh my god, fucking hell.
Yeah, the first step is delivering this girl to this hotel.
Hey Jizzy, it's Carl. I just dropped a...
And then Jizzy tells you about some other competing pimp in Hashbury that you need to go and kill. Now the Pimpmobile is a really, really, really bad car. It likes to flip a lot if you go over curves. So every time you see me hitting a curb, I'm always going to be doing it with one side of the car at a time. Because if you do it with both front wheels at once, you will just be flipping a lot of the time. Ooh. Tree hitboxes are a bit bigger than the tree. And yeah, this guy you can just very neatly run over.
Real trouble.
You have to be careful not to kill the girl as well, or you will fail. I think this mission is supposed to be the pimping tutorial, that you can do pimping at any point before this. It doesn't actually unlock pimping. But I guess it teaches you about, like, the concept of the submission. Anyway, next up you have to go to another girl that's being beat up by some lads underneath the highway here. If you do it right, you can kill one guy with your car, and you can push the camper into the other guy, like that.
Gosh, I remember that day like it was yesterday.
And they'll just both die.
She looked so beautiful. I knew I'd love her forever. And then she was driving along a canyon, and her brakes went out.
And then for the very last part, you need to stop
Married someone
a
happy.
guy in a limo and his guards. Essentially.
My life over with Crimson Executive Spouse Indemnity Services. Life can be
Just trying to take your girl away.
know when your wife will be tragic.
And then you're done.
Crimson set me up with a huge life insurance policy on my wife.
It's actually meant to be like a pretty cool chase through the SF, but we cut the chase pretty short in the run.
Even more so when she fell underneath the train. I was nowhere near at the time, and my phone records proved it. My
You
life
can do this a number of different ways. You can use rockets for this. But the thing is, you kind of need the rockets for later.
thanks to Crimson.
So I'm going to be using the SMG to clean up these guys.
Good women.
Not quite as good, but it's good to save the rockets. Yeah, you just drive a bit ahead of them. You're meant to be chasing those guys. Stop around here at the crossroads. Get the SMG out, kill the driver, kill the guards. One day I'll be able to aim, trust me. I don't know who I haven't killed yet. Who's still... Who? Hello?
Me.
Okay, we made it.
Everything.
And that's the end of the mission. Now, simply die. Wouldn't actually need to death warp here if it wasn't for the fact that we get 2 stars after that mission. Which means we can't receive phone calls. And very much like to receive a phone call for the next mission. Which is Mountain Cloud Boys. This phone call is unlocked by completing Jizzy, so can't take it before. And then in a perfect world, you get a cop bike and just drive to Mountain Cloud Boys. Just what happened here. Yeah, pimping is still better to do after Ice Cold Killer, just because the spawns that you get from that location are way superior to what you'd get starting pimping anywhere else. Like, it's not even close. Really.
I've been making trouble lately. This is
The pattern is just way too good from Jizzy's club.
Ah, we're here. This way.
This cutscene has a fun feature where, like, if you are doing any inputs during that fade, it just never ends. You've got to make sure to take your hands off the keyboard for that bait there. But yeah, this is what I'm saving rockets for, basically. You have exactly the right amount of rockets to kill all the guys out here.
We got more company.
After this, there's 2 sentinels outside. Gonna be trying to kill you. You can just use your SMG, get rid of them quickly.
That looks like the last of them.
Thank you, Carl. You saved me from having to kill them all myself. Okay, let's get back to my place.
And that's the mission.
Here.
Quick pause buffer to skip the really, really long line of dialogue. Yeah, next mission is Run for Lee. This is the part where, like, my knowledge of the lore, like, gets really fucking bad. I have no idea why we're doing what we're doing, but we have to go pick up a car from the airport anyways. And then we have to take that car somewhere else. I don't know why, but that is the point of the mission anyways.
This is basically just like your introduction to Woozy and his like clan or whatever, right? So you've got like the Mountain Cloud Boys, the Syndicate, and I think like one other group, the something feather, Triad feather.
Oh yeah, there's some triad with feathers, that's for sure. I don't remember what they're called though.
Yeah, exactly. And it's basically like a bunch of different clans, and Ranfali is like the head of one of them, and like you basically work for him for a little bit to help Woozy out. Something like that.
In any case,
my memory is also pretty hazy, but
there is a red car in here. That's as much as I got about it.
And he wants you to commit Grand Theft Auto. And
yes.
Yeah.
We take this beautiful red Manana and drive it somewhere else. And we get attacked by a bunch of, you know, the enemy gangs on the way out. Pretty rare car this is actually, even though it looks pretty ordinary. It's not easy to get your hands on this one. It does of course spawn on the road, but not very common. Yeah, at this point you'll get chased by 2 FCRs. And they're gonna chase you pretty much the whole way.
European style, shaved.
At the start they're gonna be quite far behind you, but they will catch up in about like 10-15 seconds. Yeah, they'll come up here in a sec. And when they come up, it's like somewhat convenient to try to get them to crash into stuff. Yeah, one of them's already fucked up. Only one left now. That's a saddler. Wasn't looking at the screen. Thankfully he crashed as well. And yeah, there's this last guy here coming out in a saddler, and that's it for this mission. And yeah, after that you can just immediately kill yourself again. Want to look for a good car here. Top bike would have been nice, but I'm good in the taxi for now. And now we go to do T-Bone Mendes. In this mission, you have to collect some packages, but God knows what reason once again. I wouldn't say Bravura is like a Manana lookalike. The main ones is like the Cadrona and the Previan, I would say. Especially the Previan looks really similar. Bravura is like quite unique, in my opinion.
Yeah, so the story here from memory is basically, so so during photo opportunity, you see Ryder, and you figure out that he's hanging out with like Tebow Mendez, Jizzy, and Mike Torino, who are like the three sort of big guns that are to do with this whole operation that you're trying to bust. And so the idea is that you start working for Jizzy at his club in order to gain his trust, to gain more information about those three guys.
Yeah.
And then you betray him at the end and kill him. Well.
This is kind of a questionable strat I'm doing here. I'm actually taking a Felter. I'm gonna leave it up here. And I'm gonna make a Felter FCR replay. I'm not sure how useful it actually is, but I'm just a big hater of long replays. And normally you'd have to make a really long Felter replay later during valet, but now I have a quick one, so that's something. Only trouble is I might have to replace it with a slam and replay later, and then that ruins the whole plan, of course, but it's a good idea in principle. And yeah, you shoot most of the guys in the bikes. You'll always enter the cutscene after killing the last guy, and then you have to chase only one guy down. Normally you have to chase all 4 bikes, and they split up in like 7 different directions all over town. Takes forever. This is really useful. Now this mission wants you to take this premiere with Tebow Mendez, but it turns out you actually don't need to. You just have to get in once, and then you can just do the mission on your own. Once again, T-Bone will be taking the bus here.
Heavy machinery? What is that, a building site or landfill or something?
He'll meet us there eventually. Now, the mission's supposed to take you all around town. Like, you get like small clues. Like, Mike can hear dolls, and then you can hear machinery, and then you can hear cranes, or whatever the fuck, and go all around town until you finally enter the airport. But we're a bit ahead of the game, so we're just gonna go straight to the airport instead. And yeah, the fastest way to the airport is just to take the long coastal road here. Zoom along that on the FCR. And yeah, once you get here, you'll get Torino back on the phone.
Tag? What the hell is a tag?
Now, there's 3 locations that he can spawn in the airport. 2 of them are pretty much equally good. This is actually the best one right here, the one I got. One of them is pretty shit. Anyways, immediately change to the helicopter. This is just far and away the best vehicle to get out of the airport with at the end. They're gonna go change
the
to that.
game plays T-Bone's audio as though he's with you, because the game expects him to be with you in the car, and it doesn't check, so it just plays his audio regardless of where he is, even though he's currently sat at the other side of the map right now.
If we drop off the helicopter there, kill all these guys. Now here there might be too much fog to take the photos. I'm not sure. I think I'm fine. Yeah, I have 3 photos to take in the airport. There's one here, there's one behind that one, and there's one over this bridge. The fog thankfully cleared. Then you blow up the van, and then you can just escape in a 4-door vehicle. Thankfully, we have a helicopter. And yeah, the FCR obviously wouldn't work for this, because in case you don't know, you can only fit 2 people on a bike in this game. Quite silly, really. I feel like you could probably get 3 on if you really squeeze.
Torino could sit on the handlebars.
Yeah.
That's what people used to do.
Missed opportunity, I think. Yeah, exactly.
It's so dangerous.
Here I'm going to cap the FPS again, because doing this trick on high FPS is very deadly and will almost certainly result in failure. Doing it with low FPS is really, really safe for the most part.
Like gin and tonic, like burger and cheese, like forthright in philosophy.
You just fly into the paint spray that doesn't even have time to load in correctly, and then you fly out. It's really safe and simple trick.
How long you been working for Jizzy?
And you can go straight back to high FPS afterwards.
Last week. I've done a couple jobs here and there.
Headed to town, huh? Where were you?
And yeah, this is just really, really quick compared to any other way of doing this mission, really.
I've been to Los Santos with my family, alright? Give me his wallet. What? Hey, get on! Quit struggling.
And it's also useful because we have the helicopter available for the next mission, which, even though we have to immediately change into a rancher, we can at least use it to get to the next mission.
I know what you boasting about money all the time.
Yeah, you just fly into this marker, you'll stay in the helicopter.
Did good today.
Normally Torino and T-Bone actually get out of the vehicle you're in, but they don't if you're in the helicopter. They just stay inside and teleport out or something. You can move straight on to Lure. Another really boring mission in SF. Wow. So cool.
I wonder if the reason they don't get out is because you're like hovering in the.
Yeah, I think that is why. I think they're waiting for it to stop. I think if the helicopter actually stops for somehow, they would get out.
They would get out.
Yeah.
It's weird that it just like triggers if it's a failsafe thing, that it just does it instantly though.
Yeah. Alright, this is Lure. This mission gives you a rancher that you're supposed to take out into the countryside and distract the enemy gang long enough for Ranfali to escape, or something like that. But before we do that, just gonna go store it in our new house that costs 100k, and you'll notice we barely have 100k at this time. Almost like it's well routed. Yeah, we'll just toss that in there. Save it for deliveries later. And then in a perfect world, you get a bike here. And now we get to do drive into the countryside, featuring not terribly cool strat, but people tend to like it. You actually get to jump across the river in the rancher, a strat that's stolen straight out of USJs, where you jump across in a bike. Turns out you can barely make it in the rancher as well. And it does save a whopping 1 or 2 seconds. So yeah, normally you'd take like the route around here in the rancher, but instead we're gonna go on the highway. And the jump is actually easier than it looks. Like it looks like it's close, but it's actually almost impossible to fail it unless you get slowed down by something on the way. As long as you despawn correctly here, make sure nothing is here to block your way, you can just drive over the edge, turn slightly right to go over, and it'll just land comfortably.
Yeah, the rancher is so heavy that when you hit the ground, it just sort of compacts rather than like flipping or spinning.
Exactly.
Was glowing, but after a few months, the novelty wore off. The screaming, the diapers. Blah. Let's face it, nobody.
And yeah, you have to drive all the way out here, and only then do you actually start the real part of the mission where you have to drive you in further.
We're at our wits' end. I'm miserable. Raising children has cut into my life of doing chop, taking exercise classes, and sleeping with my husband's friend.
And sometimes full time. At Hampshire Nannies Limited, all of our nannies were trained by professionals.
And yeah, you have to avoid like taking too much damage from these guys chasing you. And it's extremely easy because they just suck. They have no idea how to drive in the countryside, even though they're on a Sanchez. This guy's just gonna drive into the wall here most likely. No, he just can't even keep up speed. I don't know. These guys are terrible.
And also, it says that if they damage the doors too much, you'll be in trouble because they'll be able to see through and see you. But if they shoot you on a bike, even if they shoot the doors, they don't damage the doors at all.
Nah.
The only way that you can possibly damage the doors is by like ramming yourself into a wall.
Yeah, and losing a door that way.
Why would you do that? This game does have a thing called a trip skip, which is if you, during certain missions, if you got to a certain checkpoint and then failed, you can basically skip the long drives. So on this particular mission, if Crucial were to, say, fail the mission now, the next time he gets into the rancher, he can actually skip that original drive. So the developers were fully aware that first drive is a huge waste of time. My question is, why have it at all?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same for photo op. You can just trip skip all the way to the photo shoot if you fail there.
Yeah, so like they implemented a skippable mechanic, but only after you've done it the first time.
Yeah.
On that playthrough. So,
and obviously they elaborated that in the definitive edition, where you can just literally instantly go back to the checkpoint after failing a mission. The same thing they use in GTA 5, right? Where you can't really die in GTA 5, because if you die in a mission, you just go, hey, you failed. Do you want to restart from the last checkpoint?
A lot of times with the GTA 5 checkpoints, if you die, you actually get like teleported further than where you were when you died. So you
obviously that's a whole gimmick in GTA 5. Yeah, you can do like abuse with that shit. Right, that was lure. Now, 15 minutes of no radio, driving an ambulance around Angel Pine. Woo!
Let's go.
Everyone's favorite segment. But first, just driving under this bridge to pick up an oyster, and I'm gonna drown myself to death warp. I'm gonna spawn right by the ambulance. Very convenient, indeed. And again, I don't need to actually cap my FPS here because I have to wait till I die anyways. So I can do this very slow and labored swim down to the oyster. And I'll make it eventually on this FPS, and then just wait to die. Beautiful. Now this chainsaw I picked up earlier is actually going to come into effect here. So I can just saw the doors off. And we can start the paramedic mission. Now these are done in Angel Pine, because like the only place you can actually do it in a really compact area, basically.
Pusha, you know when you're like waiting to drown like that, would it technically be faster to like start swimming towards the surface a little bit, because then like CJ has less distance to go before he actually like dies because he goes up to the surface?
I've been thinking about that, and I'm pretty sure it makes no difference.
Really?
From my testing I've done, yeah. It seems like you still end up teleporting here at the same time for whatever reason. But yeah, that was like one of the first thoughts I had, was trying to go close to the surface. But it does seem like it doesn't really make a difference, sadly. Most important thing is that you keep swimming, because you lose like lung capacity faster when you're actually swimming. Yeah. And if you just sit in the water, you lose lung capacity really slowly.
Yeah, so this is basically the same concept as Firefighter. Like, the spawns are based on area, so you want to do it in a very small area, so then you don't have to drive around as much. Like, doing this in LS takes significantly longer, because the spawns are so much further away.
It's not quite the same principle, right? Because in Firefighter, they can spawn literally like anywhere there's a road. But in Paramedic, they have to spawn in an actual like inhabited area, so they can't deviate from this town, and the town is very small. The only thing you're really looking for in Paramedic is trying to avoid having grannies spawning, because they walk slower towards the ambulance. That's it. Nothing you can do to control it, just luck. And of course, you're looking for a good pattern of peds, which you very rarely actually get. And a good pattern is, of course, just the pets spawning close to the hospital. You want to avoid them spawning like way at the other end of town.
I guess there is also that strat where you like flip the ambulance. Yeah. It's not really used anymore, right?
It's not really worth it, sadly. It takes too long, and you just don't get enough value out of it. Sadly. Even though it's a really cool strat, you can like flip the ambulance on its side, and if you stay on the side for long enough, eventually it'll just all the pets will leave the ambulance, and it'll just count as delivering them to the hospital, and you can move on from there. It's pretty smart, like it's a pretty cool strat, but it ends up not being worth it. And yeah, it does take about 13 minutes to complete paramedic.
Yeah, basically the paramedic like progression has like 2 stages where you have to pick up the pedestrians and then they have to get out of the ambulance in some way. But the game doesn't care where you technically drop them off. You just obviously aren't intended to be able to drop them off anywhere except the one zone, right? Yeah. So if there is a way to force a pedestrian out, it will count regardless of where you drop them off. So, for example, in GTA 3, a strat that's very commonly used is you get a wanted level, and then in GTA 3, the cops were not as smart as they are in San Andreas. And if you have a passenger, they will try and throw the passenger out the car to get to you. So if you have a wanted level during paramedic, you can get the cop to throw the injured person out of the car, and then that just saves you having to drive them back, basically.
That's clever, I like that.
Yeah. Whereas in SA, they always come to your door specifically, so it doesn't work like that anymore, sadly. But yeah, it's very clever abuse of like a bunch of different mechanics.
And yeah, once again, you just get one more ped for each level, so up to a maximum of 12 spawning at once, which means a max of 4 trips out into the hospital. You can only carry 3 at once. For some odd reason, you can't fit more than like 2 people in the back, even though there's clearly loads of space.
You could cram more.
You could cram the whole level in there, as far as I'm concerned, but
Yeah.
no, they don't let you.
Yeah, in VCS, you can actually just exit and re-enter the ambulance to just do the exact same thing, but for all of the people. Sadly, in this game, this doesn't work because as soon as you get out, you actually just cancel them.
Yeah, you fail the submission.
In VCS, yeah, in VCS, there's like a timer before you fail.
Yeah, that's how Vigilante is in this game, but it's like exclusive to Vigilante. Yeah. All the other submissions just fail as soon as you get out.
Yeah, for some reason in VCS they changed it so they all have the timer, which I guess makes sense just for the sake of consistency, but it did open the door to a bunch of different glitches.
I mean, it's kind of similar to how Vigilante with the timer is like open the door to all this memes in this game. Yeah, pimping you can also get out of the car, but pimping is like, it's actually part of the mission that you get out of the car, right? You get out of the car to deal with the angry customers. Yeah, here you'll see a granny. She's not particularly fast.
You'd think if you were gushing blood like that, you'd have a bit more pep in your step.
Yeah.
She's not in any rush to get her.
That's the interesting thing. When you get these peds on Firefighter, they will be running like max speed, like any normal ped. But on Paramedic, they're taking their sweet time.
Yeah, the reward for paramedic, they changed it in San Andreas. So in Vice City, you actually get infinite sprint from paramedic, but
and you get help from the pizza boy, right? Missions.
Yeah, exactly. But then the burglaries were implemented in SA, which gives you infinite sprint, which you won't see because it's not required for 100% for whatever reason. But then they changed it so your health, I don't know if it doubles, but it gives you like a bigger pool of health. Your health.
Yeah, you get up to max. I don't know what max health actually is in this game, but it goes up there anyways.
Yeah.
You can get max health manually as well by just playing a bunch and doing a bunch of exercise. Yeah, it takes a long ass time. Yeah.
And from memory as well, as long as you have full health, am I right in remembering that you can't die from fall damage?
Yes, you can't actually take the max fall damage cap is below the full health amount in this game.
Yeah. So you can just like fling yourself out of a plane and survive.
Yes, and it will be used in the run as well, so get to see it.
Get out of my way!
But yeah, even the bus in this game can only fit 3 people in it.
Wait, really?
Or maybe it can even fit just 1. I don't remember like how the bus works exactly in this game, but yeah, there's the same cap on passengers.
3 and VC doesn't have that, so that's interesting. If that cap does exist in SA. Because yeah, you can use a bus in GTA 3 to pick up 8 people.
Ooh, big.
There's an achievement in the new releases.
Oh yeah, they have achievements now.
Yeah, they have like the PS4 release, which originally did the achievements, and you complete the football mission by delivering like I think it's like all 6 or all 8 of them at once in a bus.
Hey, what you doing?
I mean, when you find a bus in this game, yeah, they are just empty always, right? I'm pretty sure. Like, I don't think there's ever actually passengers in the bus, even though there can be, obviously. But I think the buses that you find driving around are just always empty.
Yeah. In Vice City, there's actually a mechanic where you can take a bus and pull up at a bus stop and pick up people, and then you get $5 for dropping them off. But they scrapped that in SA. But I don't blame them, because you have like enough vehicle side missions to do in this game. It's not like they, you know, like downsized. They upsized massively.
The buses are pretty rare in this game, except for parked buses. They spawn everywhere. But ones actually driving on the road, I don't recall like seeing those really.
In VC, they're on a fixed cycle, so they have like a bus schedule that runs that quite a lot of people don't know about. So they'll always be in the same place at the same time, which is really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, in this game you'll see parked buses loads, especially in LV. Like if you go into the big like parking lot from USJ's, there's always like 800 buses just crammed in there for no reason. And they can spawn in like the Burger Shot parking lot where OG Loke works. You can just get 2 massive buses there for some reason. Like, pretty weird.
Well, I know it's an awesome fucking mechanic. Speaking of like pedestrians doing cool things.
Yeah.
I don't know if SA has this, but the other 3D games do. Did you know that if it's raining, the pedestrians will actually run and seek shelter? Like they will stand under like canopies and roofs.
Ah, that's cool. What?
How fucking sick is that?
That's a neat mechanic. I like that.
And it's something that like someone has obviously put a lot of time into to make it work, and like nobody would notice that. Like you'd never stop and.
I'm not even sure if it's a thing in SA. Like I don't think I've ever noticed it if it is.
Yeah.
I have to pay attention. It's gonna rain a lot in this run, so plenty of time to check.
It's super cool. Like just small little things like that just show like the attention to detail is crazy. Like we were talking about like the cars and the radio stations and stuff earlier.
I just wish you could actually switch on the radio in like service vehicles, man. Like,
yeah.
Forced to listen to this radio instead.
GTA 3 had a disabled mechanic where pedestrians would run to payphones nearby to report crimes to the police. Like, that's so sick, man. That's awesome.
Sad that it's a disabled mechanic.
Yeah. Oh, I've got a fun fact for you that does exist in SA, because I investigated this for a video. So in Vice City, pedestrians can use ATMs, and when they use the ATMs, they drop more money when you kill them, right? Like, most people, or at least some people, will know that. That's a thing that you can do. What a lot of people don't know is that that's completely bugged, and it doesn't work as it's supposed to. And due to a developer oversight, the pedestrians don't actually use the ATMs themselves. They use chairs that are coded as ATMs, right? And that is something that still exists in San Andreas. If you go to, you know the place with just business with the escalators?
Yes.
And you go up the escalators, there's a group of chairs there, and if you go, pedestrians will be using it like an ATM. Those chairs are coded as ATMs in
That's
SA.
too stupid. Holy shit.
Yeah. Something that they never fixed.
I didn't know that. That's really cool. I'll have to go check that out at some point. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, it took me like, I basically set it up in Vice City and like left my game on overnight to try and like catch somebody doing it for footage for a video, and it took me like days. And then I went to go and do it in SA, and I went there and there was instantly people doing it. Like it's a very common thing apparently.
We're just doing it on the chairs?
Yeah, just like going up to a chair, taking money out, and then when you kill them they drop more money as though they were using
Brilliant.
it. Yeah, it's really cool.
Another weird thing about paramedic is like, you drive past someone, they try to get in, but you just drive away, they'll be stuck in like the middle of the road. But then if you come back to them on the second run and try to pick them up in the middle of the road, they'll just teleport back to their old spot. It's really weird.
Oh, really?
Yeah, right in front of your eyes, they'll just teleport.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Like the first part makes sense because, you know, they're just like waiting on you being like within a certain proximity, and then when you leave the area, they just
stop, yeah.
And the teleport makes no sense.
But yeah, they teleport back to their original spot.
Yeah. Like maybe the teleport is some kind of failsafe so that they don't get hit by cars or something.
But they can't get killed by traffic anyways. That's the
I was
thing.
gonna say, yeah. They're invulnerable to non-player damage anyway.
Exactly.
At least in the other games. So.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah. So wouldn't make any sense. But I mean, I can understand the idea of putting fail-safes in, even though another fail-safe should prevent that fail-safe if necessary. Like, just in case, I can kind of understand that. But in the case that people just teleport in front of you, I would not add that in.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They can't do that. If you're driving on the sidewalk and the guy's like in the middle of the road, he just teleports to the sidewalk and you'll just kill him.
Yeah. That's very silly.
That was paramedic. Bought the house, and now it's back to SF. I'm gonna be looking for a journey on the way here, like big camper van.
Yeah, this is also a car that like you have to be in a certain area for.
So yeah, this will spawn in Badlands, and we're driving through Badlands, so just hoping to find one here on the way. I will be driving back if I don't see one on the way to SF, but I do need to get it now. There is really no alternative. That's one. That's pretty fortunate. This is probably like the most optimal journey you can get. It's like right around like where you see like the round thing on the minimap. Here is where the zone changes to SF zone, and you won't get like journey spawning anymore. Yeah. Yeah, it's about as good as it gets. And this will be the third car I'm going to store in the garage. Or the fourth even? Yeah, this will be the fourth. Yeah. So now the garage is actually full. Can't fit anything in it. God, this song is actually pretty bad. Right.
Let's play it back. I can't believe y'all sat through all that propaganda.
Alright, this is the pig call that I don't want to be taking, so I'm just cancelling it. Next mission is Outrider. Normally, you'd be using this to set up SF Courier Instapowers, but of course, not a thing in this run. So we'll just be completing the mission normally. I also do not know the lore of this mission as it happens. Something about getting a van to the driving school for whatever reason. And for some reason it has to take the most convoluted route through SF to get there. I don't know what it's about. But anyways, we can skip the whole thing, of course.
So damn much. That's why my contract renegotiation is gonna be bloody. Cause I'm helping all y'all, and help ain't no charity.
Yeah, we're actually gonna wait to enter this marker.
Come on, let's go for a drive.
And then pick up some weapons. Then we're gonna line up a satchel charge using the camera. Change to low FPS, so it actually throws a normal distance. And then the car is going to be burning. The guy is going to jump out and leave the door open. Once we enter the cutscene, the car will be repaired again, so we can actually drive it. We need to enter the bike to proceed to the next phase of the mission, and then we just steal the van and deliver it to the final location, which is the driving school, or like the area right next to it anyways.
miracle, yes, to make it critical. The only part of your body shifting part in two. Pass the power on the hour from the rebel to you.
Hey, yo, Chuck, man, I don't understand this, man. Yo, you got to slow down, man. You losing them.
Radio.
Drug factory, yeah, whatever the fuck this is, anyways. It's right next to the driving school, so I always just think of it as part of the driving school, even though it obviously isn't. Anyways, we go straight to the driving school after this. For 100%, you do need to complete every school. You don't need to get gold, but you just need to complete every lesson with at least 70% completion, which is bronze. So I'm just gonna do a almost 360 to get bronze there. Next one is the 180. Simple stuff.
Yeah, completion of the driving school is actually like double important because not only do you need it for percentage, but it also unlocks a chain of missions later on.
Yes, it unlocks the actual like side missions. And yeah, the third one is doing the left turn. Driving with pop tires. Driving in a circle. Some pretty weird like things in the driving school, but whatever.
Imagine like the mechanics who have to like replace the tires every single time CJ fucks up the test.
Yeah.
You have to like put a new tire on and he blows it every single time and like for fuck's sake.
Yeah, you need to do this mission in 35 or less to get gold, but it's really, really simple. Pretty hard not to do it in 35 seconds. And yeah, driving around cones challenge? I don't have no idea.
Yeah, so you don't need gold medals here. You do get extra rewards if you complete like all of the golds.
Yeah.
And I think all the silvers as well, right? You get different rewards.
You get different cars parked outside the driving school.
Later on, you will see some gold medal gameplay, but that's purely because of a strat. It's not actually required. We'll go more into that later.
So yeah, in the driving school, you get the Super GT no matter what outside when you complete it. If you get silver on all of them, you get the bullet. And if you get gold on all, you get the hot knife outside. And it's actually bad to get all golds because it means the spot where the Huntley is going to be parked later during deliveries will be occupied by the hot knife. Get all golds, so you can't actually get the Huntley. So it's important that you don't get all golds by accident.
Don't play too well.
Yeah, which is why on the first one I always get a bronze medal just to make sure it's all good.
Yeah.
Also, it's faster to get a bronze. Fair enough. Because the other ones you can accidentally get gold pretty easily on all the other ones. And yeah, this is the last one of the driving school. Drive through town at Super GT. Brilliant.
Yeah, this test is basically as long as you're holding W, you're fine.
Yeah.
The way the test fails is by you just not moving anymore. So even if you crash and take damage, as long as you just keep holding W, the game still thinks that you're like attempting to complete it, and you can pass it no matter what. But if you let go of W, you fail. It's a very strange sort of fail condition.
Yeah, and it's very hard to like not at least pass. Like you need to take a lot of damage to not pass, or be really, really slow. One of the two.
Yeah, I see a lot of people doing this like casually, and they're just trying to pass it. And if they like even bonk the tiniest bit, they like reset it. And I'm like, why? Like this is way more forgiving than you think it is.
Yeah, I mean this.
You can like have a full-on.
This will be a clean gold, of course, because I didn't take any damage.
Yeah.
But yeah. But you can have a lot of collisions. Perfect world, I got a bike out here. And get run over by it in a not so perfect world. And yeah, next mission is going to be Snail Trail, another really exciting and action-packed mission inside of this game. For that though, I'm going to be saving for the correct time of day. So I can see it's Friday right now. I'm going to just save for early morning on this Saturday.
Yeah, so in San Andreas, the actual, not only the time of day matters for a lot of things like spawns and whatnot, but the actual date of the week matters as well.
Yes.
Which is a very niche mechanic that isn't really used for many things, but
it's a very small thing. But on weekends, there's more rich people out driving in LS, for whatever reason, which means you have a higher chance of getting the slam in.
Do you remember the history of this strat being found, where you teleport to LS using the train?
I don't know.
It's a classic. So this strat was actually found by someone, and I forget whose chat room it was, but it was either like Omega's or Josh's chat. And someone came in really rudely when they were doing this mission and went like, "Just take the train, you fucking idiot," or something. And they got banned for being a dick, but then they tested it, and it actually worked. And they were like, "Holy shit!" Like, this asshole just came in and like actually just completely was absolutely right about the mission. But yeah, they got banned anyway for being a dick, but they actually discovered it.
Nah, that's pretty cool. It is such a weird strat though, right?
But they said it as though like it was such common knowledge, but nobody else knew it apparently that you could do that.
When you think about it, it seems so obvious though, right? Like, just take the train. Like,
yeah,
you know you can take trains in this game. Like,
yeah,
obviously.
You would think that it would be like locked or something, because obviously you're intended to follow it. You would think that the developers would have thought of that.
Yeah.
No, you can literally just get right on it, and when you're in trains, if you're driving them, or even if you're riding them, sorry, you can just press W to skip to the next destination, which in this case is LS. So yeah, you can literally just skip the entire chase part of the mission. And yeah, the train does actually lock their doors, but not until you've already entered it, which is very silly. So you have a window where you can enter it regardless.
There's only one Johnny Gill. I was invited to be in the band with
very strange.
But I turned it down. I didn't have time for that. PM got
Yeah, Snail Trail. Once the guy gets in the cab, he has 3 different paths he can go. This is the best, the shortest path. That's already good. And then second of all, there's a chance that he gets angry early and skips the red lights. There is one point at which he'll always be angry and skip red lights, but if you're lucky, you get it early. So this one, he'll always drive past here. That's a given. But then he might stop at the next one if I'm unlucky.
How to make this mission even more epic. Make it random for some reason.
Yeah. So the perfect pattern would be this path that I got here, and him just cruising through this light would be the perfect. Yeah. So this is the best RNG you can get. And then even better would be also getting a slam then, but you know, I don't want to push my luck.
Yeah. There is a consistent way to get a slam ban, but it is very slow, because it requires obviously coming all the way back to LS.
Yeah, there is a fixed slam ban spawn in LS, but
yeah, you would have to drive it all the way back to San Fierro. It sucks. Yeah, this guy's final destination is actually like the south side of LS, but you know the whole meme with taxi drivers taking a longer route so they can walk more money out of you? Yeah, that's what this taxi driver does. He goes like all the way around the map.
Yeah, he takes insane detours.
Scamming this guy.
And yeah, he'll drive to the end here. No slam ban, but how it goes. We need to buy this house, but we can only do it after the mission ends, of course. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this sniping from the roof of the house I have to buy, and then I can simply fall down and buy the house immediately afterwards. Yeah, he's gonna drive to the end. He'll get out.
Yeah, and these two guys have like different behaviors based on who you snipe first. So one of them runs towards you, and one of them runs away. So
yeah, with this lineup, you can very easily do it in 2 shots, though. They're super predictable. And yeah.
Yeah, if you're like looking at them on a straight angle, you want to shoot the guy last who runs towards you, because it's a lot easier to hit the second shot. guess in Hundo it doesn't matter too much.
Nah, it doesn't matter.
Bringing you the magic of Philip P.M. Michaels, all-star entertainer.
It's important to remember the sniper has like fucking bullet drop or whatever, like travel time on the bullet, which is so dumb. It doesn't feel like it should, but it does in this game. You have to like slightly offset your shots, like you're playing PUBG or some shit.
Yeah.
All right. Back to smooth gameplay and Trucking 5. Trucking 5 is one of the better truckings. Almost all the locations in Trucking 5 are good. So like you're pretty likely to get this in the first try. Yeah. Road train.
You also have 337 opportunities to fail the mission with the micro SMG.
Yeah.
Surely I will get the best spawn in 337 attempts.
Yeah, overall, if you combine the chance of getting a good truck with the chance of getting a good location, it's a 50% chance to get an acceptable truck in each time. So it shouldn't take that many resets, even if you get bad RNG. So I limited the FPS earlier for like a section because I was taking a lot of oysters and I need to do a lot of swimming.
Yeah, swimming is broken on high FPS.
Yes.
You swim way slower than you're intended to.
A man like me. Okay, I've changed my mind. CSR is actually my favorite radio station. I just forgot about it earlier. God damn, the bangers on CSR. It has both Motown Philly and Poison on the same channel. Like, you can't really beat that.
They are some absolute bobblers.
Yeah, the airport's a quite good location because first of all, it's pretty close. It's the closest of all the locations. And also, it's really common to get a bike here for some reason. Like, I don't know why this location of all locations just has so many bikes spawning. We'll see if I actually get one here. Yeah, like, just random Wayfarer here, of course. Like,
for some reason here they want you to drop off the cargo in their dedicated parking bay, which is right in the middle of the road.
right in front of the gate,
like which is like one of the most highly like congested area in terms of... But it's like, oh, cheers, man. Just everyone slams into you.
And yeah, next up is Ice Cold Killer, but obviously time of day is wrong because you have to be an Ice Cold Killer during the night. Stealth and all that.
A lot of missions in this game that require time of day.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually be saving twice because you can start this up to 6 AM and the more of pimping that happens at daytime, the better. So pimping is gonna come immediately after this mission. And if I do pimping during the day, I have a chance to get a Slamman. Slammans will not spawn at night as a rule. They do it sometimes anyways. They defy all rules and just spawn at night sometimes, but it's very rare.
As I said at the start of this run, like all of the rules have like an asterisk next to them, and it's like, usually this is the case. This game has so many variables that sometimes things can just like, not work how they're intended to.
Yeah, Ice Cold Killer, we're gonna do a strat that lets us keep the Pitmobile afterwards. Normally you destroy the Pitmobile to get Jizzy killed here. Instead, we're gonna saw off the door, park it like this, and when Jizzy tries to escape, he's gonna struggle to actually drive the Pitmobile because the way we've parked it. We can just kill him in the car.
Fun fact about this mission, for some odd reason, so there are commands in San Andreas that like, usually when you start a mission, a command will run to say that you're like on mission 1, to say that you can't take other missions and stuff. For some reason during this mission, when you get onto the roof, that command runs again. So even though you're already on a mission, there's no reason for you not to be.
Do I know you?
The game actually goes, well, just in case you're not on a mission, you are now on a mission again. And the only time it ever affects anything is during speedruns.
Yeah, because
speedruns usually use that variable, and it actually can mess up your run if you're not careful. It is so bizarre. I have no idea why that exists.
Alright, it's time for pimping. Nice, usually around 10 to 11 minute long minigame. It's very important you start pimping from down at Jizzy's club because it gives you a specific range of patterns of spawns that's very, very advantageous. So the way it works is this: you need to do like 10 deliveries of these hoes to customers, and each time you pick them up, you gain a pimping level. So in the first set, there's 6 different locations you can get, but for the customers to spawn, and you're only gonna get 5 of them. And then after the first, I like to call it pools of locations. There's 3 more pools of locations, of which you get 2 of each pool. I'll explain it more when we get there. Anyway, the first pool we're gonna get 4 out of 5 locations, not 5 out of 6. 4 out of 5 in the first pool. So the first one was Esplanade North. Now we're down to Battery Point. Wait, it is 5 out of 6. Dude, I'm tripping on these pools, but it's fine. Yeah, so there's Esplanade North, Battery Point, Palisades, what are they even called? Colton Heights, and another one. A bit rusty at this part of the game because I never get here ordinarily, so. That's Palisades. Nah, it's like I just forget what the location is called. I know where it is. I don't pay attention to the names of these locations. I don't really care. We'll definitely get it. There's a 100% chance you get at least one of them. Might get it right here. There's 2 locations that have the same name on the first pool for some reason. So like, yeah, Juniper Hill. Yeah, that's it. The Juniper Hill is both up here, but there's also one down at the bottom of the hill.
What happens when you mix gospel synthesizers? Alright, you know what this is.
So now we're at the last part of this pool. There's 2 locations left, and we can only get one of them. So this can either be Juniper Hill 2, or it can be Pelton Heights. And it's 50-50 what we get. So it's gonna be Juniper Hill 2, you know. Now the next pool contains Chinatown, Financial District, Downtown, and Esplanade East. In this one, you just want to avoid Esplanade East because it's so far away. The other 3, you don't really care about which one you get. You're only going to get 2 out of 4 locations here. So it's not terribly unlikely that you can dodge Esplanade East. Yeah, Chinatown. This is definitely the best location to be getting first, because it's so very close to Juniper Hill. In pimping, you basically just have to be careful with like running over the girls and running over the customer, because both are gonna fail you, and flipping the pimpmobile. So now we're hoping for Financial or Downtown here. Yeah, that's fine. So far the pattern is pretty good. Yeah, the next pool begins now. It has Queens, Ashbury, Ocean Flats, and a Vespa Country Club. And the only one you really want to avoid is a Vespa. So again, same premise. You get 2 locations out of 4, and you there's one you want to avoid. Whoa.
Some grand fun.
And yeah, all along this time, I'm gonna be looking for a slam van. Also, for some reason, this road here is like one of the fast roads where like the NPCs drive really fast, like a highway. I don't know why. Just it's only that little stretch of road there. It's very mysterious.
Smitty is with you. I live the dream, I assure you. I'd welcome you.
So you'll see them like flying down the hill and around the corner. So yeah, Ocean Flats is fine. It's just down this long road in the park.
More music and less me. It's the dust talking.
Yeah, you get some really wild turns on that road because they're going super fast for no reason. You notice cheetahs spawning, for example, that's in the same pool as Slamban. All cars are like divided into car groups, and certain pets drive certain car groups, and it's just like random which car they're gonna be driving from that group, with some being more rare than others, Slamban being the most rare from that group. But cheetah's also pretty rare, so. Really bad valley location. Not sure which location that even is. Yeah, that's a Vespa. What you ideally want to avoid here. Next pool has 3 basically equal locations. They're all next to each other. And then one which is Easter Basin, which is miles away. So like it's... you never get to the airport with this pattern. Yeah, you never end up there. I know what you mean. They're like... I don't even know what it is, but the building's by the airport, yeah. I have no idea what it's called either. You never end up there anyways. So yeah, Vespa is like way down in the corner of San Fierro. And yeah, at least from a Vespa you can like drive to Ocean Flats pretty quickly. Just a little stop down the road here. And yeah, every time you deliver a girl, there's a chance like the customer will either be like angry or he'll be trying to run away. That was the guy trying to run away. Earlier you saw one that was like angry and like fighting with the girl. So Garcia is fine, good location. Just trying to avoid Easter Basin. It's really tragic if you get Easter Basin. It takes so long.
I've been wearing leather pants for 17 years now,
Move.
Think about that for a second and ask yourself, can we still be friends?
When all your buddies from the 70s have gone to rehab, we strongly encourage you to stay on
the dust.
I tell you what.
Yeah, no Easter Basin. This is the last location. Nice. That was a good pimping overall. Just the Avispa was the only downside, really. Ooh. I'll be having that. I got the feeling. Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, now, I guess it's about actually spawning the slam. I'm gonna play a replay here before I pick up the last girl. Oh, don't die on me. Alright, Slamman, please. You kind of have to, kind of looking to get it right now. Not bad. Yeah, no slam, man. Unlucky. It's not worth driving around looking for it. It can take forever. So. It will just have to be acquired later, unfortunately. It was a good chance though. It's definitely a good chance. Anyways, changing to the valet clothes. Once I'm in the valet clothes, I can't be playing replays anymore. The sad consequence of how valet clothes work, that if I'm gonna play a replay, it will crash my game next time I start a story mission. Right here, I'm set up the snail trail low rail friction glitch, if you call it that. Basically, if you when you start snail trail, like the speed at which you can drive on rails increases to allow you to chase the train, which makes sense. But if you load a save before like failing or completing the mission, you will just keep that. You'll keep that trait indefinitely. That's quite useful.
Thanks.
Ideally here you'd get a bike, by the way, but no such luck it seems. I'm just forced to drive whatever shit boxes I can find on the road. That's the unfortunate consequence of making the Slamman replay, is that I'm not gonna get a Slamman and I don't have a bike replay anymore, so it's like a double L basically. That's the risk you run by making a Slamman replay on pimping. Anyways, back to cap FPS because swimming time. This mission is in theory like a swimming tutorial. You're supposed to swim through like a maze of rocks, but you can't just climb up and jump over it all and then swim to the boat.
Keep circling.
And yeah, there's an oyster on the way that we conveniently pick up.
No, he's
So
gone or dead.
and then it's time to go on this boat. I'm pretty sure the idea is meant to like sneak on this boat or some shit and like plant a bug. I'm not sure, but either way, you can just run through it and kill everyone. They all only have knives. For some reason, all the people in the boats around the main boat, they all have like guns and AKs and shit, but the people on the actual boat just have knives. So just kill them.
Yeah, what you gonna do now?
And then thankfully there's like a boat right in front here. We can just kill everyone on it. For safety. Not actually necessary, you can just kill them when you get on the boat. But being a bit safe. Come on. Come on. Yeah.
I love guys, but not like I love.
And yeah, ideally you can like get out of the boat here and like jump on and get in the marker, like so, yeah. Now again, you really would love to have a bike for this part, but it does not seem like I'm getting particularly fortunate. I say as I get a bike perfectly delivered to me. Yeah, this is Pier 69. Finish Biggest Assault conveniently close. If you want to keep the bike for this mission, you have to park it back here, because it's like just outside the despawn radius, and then not fall down, because that's quite a silly way to lose time. But yeah, if you park it in that corner, it can actually despawn. Quite useful. And you have to snipe 6 people here.
Hey, there's still some on the left, CJ.
And there's a tiny wait for the fade where you can take a snapshot. Also, I should actually uncap. Sometimes I just forget to uncap my FPS. There you go. No reason to have it capped right now. Yeah, there's meant to be like a big fight here where you fight your way through. But you can't just go and run over T-Bone. You're also meant to chase Ryder in a boat, but you can just shoot him twice with a sniper and he dies. And now it's off to do valet. Everyone's favorite missions in this game. Another asset mission. You have to do 5 levels, delivering a total of 25 cars. And for whatever reason, there's only 3 cars you can actually get on valet. You can get the Elegant, which is this one. You can get a Felsa, and you can get a Trevian. That's it. Just 3 cars. They all die. To speed this up, you're gonna kill all the valets. Because otherwise they're gonna steal like half your cars, basically. You wanna avoid that. You also wanna avoid getting 2 stars. If you get 2 stars, it's doomed, essentially. Pretty no way of coming back from a 2-star valet. This might be bad. Very questionable running over that cop just now. Definitely. He was just in a really bad spot. We'll see if it ruins it.
Oh, Jack, we killed his old ass. This is new Jack Swing.
Fucking cop car, man. Can it despawn already? Alright, let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna be skipping satchel for level 2. Normally, I will blow up the valets with a satchel faster, but to try to be safe, I'm gonna just.
Crucial, I've got some news for you.
Yeah?
We have 2 donations for you.
Huge.
Both anonymous. One for $10 and one for $109. Which puts us to 1,498.
Nah, go crazy, guys. Go crazy.
2 $oonies away from the big 1,500.
Come on, who doesn't have $2? Everyone in chat right now donate $2. We make sure we get it. As far as I'm concerned. Yeah, so here I'm going to be placing the satchel. Hashtag sellout. Selling out for charity is always the move, I think.
It's not selling out when you don't sell out, and you know there's nothing to sell.
Exactly. Okay, so when the next level starts, like 3 new valets will spawn, you can just immediately blow up the satchel, get 2 stars, and now it's doomed. Awesome stuff, really. It's been unlucky. It happens though. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do valet again. Nothing else